Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has said that Kenya is honored to be the chosen country by King Charles III and Queen Camilla for their first visit to a Commonwealth nation. Speaking at State House, where he met the British High Commissioner to Kenya, Neil Wigan, Ruto said that the visit is a significant opportunity to enhance Kenya's collaboration in various areas of shared interest. The King and Queen will visit Nairobi County, Mombasa County, and surrounding areas from next week Tuesday to Friday, with several other activities lined up. The Kenya National Examination Council has sent a warning to KCSE center managers from sharing confidential information relating to practicals of science subjects. NEC said center managers who fail to comply and end up sharing confidential information about the science practicals will attract sanctions spelled out in the NEC Act. Currently, NEC is working to ensure there will be no cases of malpractice in the 2023 national exams. 3 self-help groups officials alleged to have conspired to obtain money from unsuspecting Kenyans in the Mavoko land dispute have been detained by a Nairobi court. The Aimi Malu Kenya Society official Julius Mutua, the chairperson, Pascal Kiseli, treasurer, and secretary Alex Kialo Mutemi have been detained pending investigations. The court is set to issue its ruling tomorrow afternoon, even as the three remain remanded at Muthaiga police station. Now, Kenya Party leader Martha Karua and Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni have officially launched the Kamwene Leadership Forum, a caucus they say will be for promoting interest from the Mount Kenya region. Addressing journalists in Nairobi, Kioni further said that a report hadn't started being written in the National Dialogue Committee as they hadn't discussed pertinent issues.
On the mambo ya huko inaendelea, there is no report being done this week, and I am not aware of a report being done. It is a question of On the mambo ya huko inaendelea, there is no report being done this week, and I am not aware of a report being done. It is a question of negotiating. It is now that the hard stuff is being negotiated, and we want to hear that the cost of living is number one on the table. But I am also saying this as a Secretary General of Jubilee. You cannot call me to go and negotiate on the fidelity to multi-party democracy. When we are here, sijui mnamuita Papa Roma, when he has refused to implement a very simple thing, that Sabina is not our choice as Azimio to whip. He is already whipping for UDA. Kwani kichwa iko namna gani? Mtu ameenda kwa nyumba ingine kulala na unaendelea kusema ni mtu yenye.
Corona pardon played comments Azimio leader Raila Odinga last Sunday, which appeared to be a formal endorsement of Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka as the opposition's presidential flag bearer in the 2027 general election.
I think unless you don't live in this country, Kamwene started way before. So you cannot, even if you tried by any stretch of imagination, and I have said, and we will say it again, it is Raila's entitlement to endorse anyone. Never mind that he wrote a statement of clarification. Even if he had endorsed, it would be within his right. The thing to note is that an endorsement does not in any way curtail the chances of any other person who may wish to enter the fray. But right now, we are not talking about elections.
There have been reports that Karua and Kioni are dissatisfied with the ongoing bipartisan talks, and their remarks hinted so.
We are in Azimio to stay, but we still have Kamwene caucus to caucus about Mount. We refuse to engage in distractions. Take them somewhere else. We are here to talk about Kamwene.
The way you've come together, if you have been part of what we were talking about, it was very little to do with the politics. But politics is everything. Ni maisha. Kwa hivyo tukiamka asubuhi tuanze kuongea mambo yetu, wewe hapana stuka. Wengine walianza campaign Kasarani when they were being sworn in, even after stealing votes. Kwa hivyo wewe waachana na sisi tuanze kufanya yetu kidogo.
Now let's go to the courts, where Brian Mwenda, who is charged with faking to be a lawyer, has been freed on a cash bail of 200,000 shillings or a bond of 300,000 shillings. Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina ruled that he had considered the submissions both by the prosecution, defense and victims in the case and found no compelling reason to deny the accused bail. Now, the National LSK Legal Awareness Week kicked off at Milimani Law Courts, with the society calling on the public to come out and seek legal assistance. LSK President Eric Tauri, who presided over the launch, challenged the government to increase the number of prosecutors.
To engage in a conversation that goes beyond prison officers, that goes beyond the offenders, that goes beyond the victims of the various criminal offenses, towards a system that is fair, a system that reduces or breaks the cycle that creates reoffending.
DPP Renzo Nigonga, on his part, called on stakeholders in the justice sector to work together. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's a land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 SpiceFM, Nairobi.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives the real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Ndutha, nice meeting you. And even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you see. So that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called a liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. You know, sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. You know, because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the week, and let's see what Nairobi streets are going to look like today. There's movement on the Thika Superhighway, just a little bit though, as you're getting towards Pangani at the underpass. And we're seeing some movement coming out of Westlands as well, likely to build up into quite something this morning. If you're on the Mombasa Road, you're fine getting into the CBD and then out towards Westlands, or, you know, then further into the city and out of town, if that's where you're going. If you're on the Southern Bypass, you're fine as well, as you try to then connect with Ngong and then going out towards Langata Road, and also looking at movement coming in from Cabanas going towards Outer Ring and then through towards Embakasi. It's also building up on Jago Road, getting through towards Landis and then out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. It's all a look and see kind of thing this Tuesday. Let's see what happens. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
October 2023. Welcome to the Situation Room. Ndu,
Yes.
happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you, my dear.
Mm.
How are you?
Who knows?
You don't know?
Huh?
Better ask him.
Haya mambo.
Gumu.
Hayaeleweki.
Kwarnini? Kwarnini?
Haya mambo hayaeleweki.
You don't know how you are?
I'm not sure.
Why?
I
to
don't
mama.
know.
Talk to mama.
I don't know. How you doing, mama?
Okay. Hey.
Eh? Bwana Muga.
Yes, please.
Vipi lakini?
Salama salamini.
Eh.
Yes.
Salama salamini.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what
Mimi
now?
iko salama. Is that better?
Uko sawa tu.
Ako tu at least.
Ni kama.
Very good.
Wewe hujasema ni nini nakusumbua? Siongee.
Mimi. Nimesema kuna kitu kinanisumbua. Nimesema kuna kitu kinanisumbua.
Umesema ujui uko aje.
Sasa hiyo ni kusema kuna kitu kinanisumbua.
That is precisely what it means.
Sasa kama sijui niko aje nitajua nini kinanisumbua.
By the time you do not know.
Sababu uanze kuongea tutajua.
Man, iko shida.
Tutajua.
And that shida is not the variety of small shida.
Big shida.
It's big shida.
Ni shida.
Shida kubwa.
Si shida. Shida. Anyway, mambo iko sawa. Mambo iko so. Tumeamka tuko ready. Tunapelekana na mambo. Vile inaenda.
Okay.
Tunapelekana tu na hayo. Vile tu inaenda. Well, welcome to the Situation Room. So yesterday we wanted to have a conversation with the British High Commissioner to Kenya. And when he got up in the morning, he found an SMS. Come.
Now.
Be here at 9.
Quickly.
Well, so he basically had another engagement. Therefore, he was not able to join us. But he says, all right, guys, I'm sorry. I want to come and have this conversation with you. So we have scheduled the conversation for today, 8 a.m. Neil Wigan, British High Commissioner to Kenya, will be here. Plans for the state visit by King Charles III and Queen
Camilla.
Bas. So Sambeli atakuwa hapa. Huyu jamaa. At 7 a.m., we'll talk about the push against facts and science, that is data versus what we call the norm. And we'll be joined by a man who's an expert on these matters of data and data science, Timothy Oriedo. He is a founder and CEO of a company called Predictive Analytics Lab. And he's been very, very active on these streets of data and data communication. Timothy joins us at 7 a.m. for a conversation. And then at 9 o'clock, let's talk about devolving devolution in the counties. Planning and all, and what has happened. We had a conversation with these two gentlemen a couple of months back. Patrick Sililiadoloa and Odongo Patrick Tom, both are urban planning specialists. They'll be joining us again at 9 a.m. to talk about urban planning. Now, you know, the country is going to be more than 50-60% urbanized in another 20 years. Are we prepared for that? Are we? Urban is not only going to be Nairobi. Nairobi into Thika into Murang'a will be one huge metropolitan area. Murang'a will be part of Nairobi.
And as things go, Kajiado.
Kajiado is already part of Nairobi, you know? Kitengela, Paisinya, Nini. So it will stretch all the way to Kajiado to Bisil.
And Movoko will not be left out of that mix.
Movoko will be swallowed kitambo. So, are we planning? Or are we just dealing with things like
Yes. Building houses in other people's properties.
Just like that. And digging septic tanks left, right, and center. And at the same time, dig sinking boreholes. Everywhere. So, and no schools, no hospitals, no playgrounds, things like that, and cutting trees. So those two urban planners will be joining us at 9 a.m. for this conversation. Hiyo, ikonom na hiyo, leo.
Tawa.
Kaiser Obed says, mark me present.
Marked.
Present.
Okay, good. Who else is present? Let's know. If you're online on social media, SpiceFM KE, on Twitter, X. Right.
Bana.
That one. On YouTube, it's still YouTube, isn't it? On Facebook, still Facebook, isn't it? Okay. We are live streaming the show on all these platforms. Let us know where you tuned in from. After the weather forecast, we'll acknowledge your presence.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Clear conditions in Nairobi at 16, highs of 27, and at 13 degrees, Nakuru is clear. We'll see highs of 25. 26 will be the high in a partly cloudy Nyeri at 15, and it's 13 and clear in Eldoret with highs of 25. Partly cloudy at 26 in Mombasa today with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 32 in a partly cloudy Malindi at 26. It's clear at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 30, and 29 will be the high in a clear Kakamega at 17. At 19 degrees, it's partly cloudy in Kampala with highs of 29. And looking into a cloudy Dar es Salaam at 25, it'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 24. It's partly cloudy at 17 in Johannesburg with highs of 30 and lows of 12. And partly cloudy at 26 in Lagos with highs of 31. We'll see highs of 31 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 26. It's a hazy afternoon in Beijing at 20 with highs of 24 and lows of 8. And it's raining in Paris this morning at 12. We'll see highs of 16. We'll also see highs of 16 in a rainy London at 10. Clear conditions at 9 Monday night in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 17 and lows of 6.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
To you. Monis Janeth says, good morning. The Situation Room watching from Singapore. Mashuja Day celebrations in Kericho wa matope kuliko watu. Really? Don Sapa, good morning. He said dignitaries were to swim in ponds like tadpoles. Alar? Did that happen? Muddy stadium, not green stadium. Keeping them honest, he said. Things that we must talk about. Jimmy Wekesa says, good morning. James Sekento is tuned in from Kerarapon. Abuto Kamlas says, good morning, Ndu City and Eric. On Friday the 27th, I shall be graduating from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I salute everyone who has graduated because this process internally takes you to hell and back before you get the gown. I know.
Yeah.
Sir George Gashoiri says, Ndu City and Eric, not forgetting Mumbi. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Happy Tuesday, brother. Carol Nyambura says, good morning, tuned in. Team Nawapenda Sana, looking forward to another exciting morning. Bwana Sifiwe says, Agri Momanyi. And he's deep this morning before coffee. A foolish person and a wise person will both have something to say. But whereas a fool says what he knows, a wise person knows what he says. Enjoy your Tuesday, folks.
Okay.
Keith Ganira says, good morning, listening live from Maputo. Good morning to you. How is Mozambique this morning? The 2000 says, our colonizers are back. The crown visits. We demand payment. Sawa. Aye. Tumelewa.
Okay.
Evans Tabo says, good morning, Spice. Evans Nyangano says, good morning, Spice team. Looking forward to positive engagement. Good morning, tuned in from Fangano Island. Our plans are still in place, Sindo. Hello.
Fangano.
City. Our plans are still in place, Abi.
Yes.
tumepanga.
Had there, if indeed there was a change, would I not have told you?
And on the way we eat ice cream.
Na tutakula.
Not just in one place.
The world has heard you. Ricardo says, Marietta, good morning, kings and queens, ecolocts. Joe Mungai tuned in and says, Kioni and Karua are talking about Omena, Kamene or Kamwene. It's Kamwene. Mind you, we're in the 21st century, just in case you forgot. Okay. Desmond is tuned in, says, good morning, princess and two princes. Made to a royalty. Francis Wangoi says, good morning from the mountains. Korir Isaac says, is it true that the president has postponed El Nino? It would appear so. Until a later date. Jeffa says, good morning. It's a daily dose, to watch the program. Luca Biero says, good morning, tuned in as well. Okay, everybody, just where did they appear from this morning? Margaret Wanjo, he says, El Nino is a natural phenomenon. The president has no ability to postpone it. Okay. Robert Subogo says, good morning. Habari Zaswui Watwangu, tuning in from Munchen. Good morning, Linus. Zeke says, good morning. Peace and love be upon you indeed. Good morning, my beautiful people. Ann Gore, good morning. Good morning to Eric and CT, tuned in from Komani, Mombasa. Tafadhalini, correct the date on your YouTube feed. Tuesday 23rd. It should read Tuesday 24th. Sawa. We'll sort it out. Toti Bishop says, he country ni criminal with at $1 equals 150 shillings. Yeah, imagine. Chris Amal says, good morning. Levinus Onogu, good morning, sir. Tuning from Nakuru, Kenya. Consider intra-African relationships also. Nigeria and Kenya, for instance. Indeed. Levinus, good morning. Akiki says, good morning. Tuning from Kabarol in Uganda. Matthew Mkemuvuli from Ruaka. Anthony Onyango is present this morning. Brandon Madila, Isaac Kipruto, Margaret Wanjoy, Anthony Kimani. We see you all. Many, many more people online today. Oreje Fidel, Daniel Salaton, David Odongo, Moses Nyabura. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana, sana, sana.
Sana, sana. Kaka Muga, tupeleke Unguja tafadhali.
Yes.
How many islands are in Zanzibar? Or how many islands make up Zanzibar?
Zanzibar, there's Pate. No. Me, I'm thinking. Me, I've gone to Lamu.
Pate iko Kenya.
In fact, I was going to see you there right away. Me, I'm talking of Lamu. No, I am not certain.
Kuna Pemba?
Pemba, ndio. But hizo zingine, siminta look and then I will tell you.
Safi.
Right?
Haya.
Heri
ya siku.
Yes, heri kujikwa kidole kuliko ulimi.
Heri kujikwa kidole kuliko ulimi. Ndo fanya namna hiyo.
Gumu sana kwangu bana.
Fanya bana.
I just know kidole na ulimi hapa. I don't know. Heri better to. Heri kufanya nini?
Kujikwa.
I don't know what that means. Kujikoa.
Better to stumble with the toe than with the tongue.
Kidole is not finger?
Sasa si ni kidole cha mguu.
No, those are toes.
Yeah.
Okay, in Kiswahili, fingers and toes is the same word.
Koni in Igbo, they're different.
I'm asking now.
In Igbo, are they different?
Actually, I have to think about that properly.
It's the same word, but with something extra. With that, I remember
the finger of the foot and the finger of the toe. I mean, the finger of the hand and the finger of the foot. Okay, I didn't know that actually.
Yeah.
Kidole chamgu.
When they say that certain things are lost in translation, this is one.
This is one of them.
This one, yes, a good for example.
This is a good for example.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But the import of this particular proverb still stays.
Heri what?
Kujikwa.
Heri kujikwa ulimi.
Kidole. Kuliko
ulimi.
Yes. Stumbling with the tongue can be catastrophic. Toe, it's just you.
You get over the pain.
It's you.
Yeah.
And you.
With the tongue, you may injure somebody else.
I know you, my friend. You can light up a country.
Very true.
So it's you and your leg.
Aya, tuende hii maneno headlines.
Hey, tunaambiwa ati around 50
Kaka, kuna ile kitu
Leo, I don't know what happened today. Nation was not available.
Yeah.
I looked.
You looked twice.
Yes, I didn't. Went to 2 different places. Look for even a third one. No Nation. Then I came here again. No Nations. Looks like there's a delay.
All right.
But
you
why don't you look at the star? Because I'm the one who normally looks at the star.
No, you look at the star. You look at the star, Bwana. You look at the star. That is your thing.
All right. Would you like to look at the East African?
No. Look at the Standard. What's on the headline?
Let me
you know, you two people. You, both of you.
Sasa mimi nataka kuambia that there are over 50 islands that make up Zanzibar.
Okay. 50.
Tumeambiwa.
50.
Even the huyu amesema.
Nani anasema?
Anaitwa Azaria.
Okay. Wiki.
Not Wiki. Kuna mtu anaitwa Azaria.
Kwenye YouTube.
50.
YT ile.
All right.
Sasa, murderers to get lighter sentences. Chief Justice Martha Koome is asking members of parliament to change the penal code, hence making punishment for capital offences less severe in light of global conventions. Okay? We had that conversation looking at the penal code and talking about the abolishing of the death sentence. But so the Chief Justice obviously weighed into this conversation at a meeting had yesterday. We'll get into details of that. Now, if you thought that the evictions had ended, thousands stare at evictions in Njeri and Masai Mao. Ruto walks diplomatic tightrope in China visit. Experts claim the trip during which President Ruto attended the Third Belt and Road Initiative Forum was overshadowed by the Kenyan president's growing fling with the West. As per, why are you allowing those guys to toast you and then you're coming here to pretend like you like me? Kind of thing. Learners prepare to sit the last KCPE in a week. And women's unpaid labor gives men playtime. You want to know what that is, don't ya? And then, voila, quelle surprise, talks team agrees to deal with the high cost of living. I don't know how they're going to deal with it, but okay. The gentlemen there, Kimani Ichung'wah, Opiyo Nwandae, Kalonzo Musyoka and Aaron Cheruiyot are having a light moment in that picture. And they're smiling. They're smiling. They've said now, just when you thought things were about to wrap up, they said we need another 28 days. So we need another 30 days. So from the 28th of October, which is, Friday, they'll add them another 30 days. So you know what that means, don't you? Sitting, allowances we pay, things like that.
Yeah.
So suddenly now, the cost of living, they want to add it. Whereas you thought that was the reason why they were talking in the first place. Now they need another 30 days so they can include the cost of living conversation inside their talks. You've heard? Before it was not there. You thought that's what brought them together. But, yeah.
It was a thorny issue. that they've decided to together cut the thorn. It's a good thing. Progress. It's a big progress.
Olimma. Well done. Okay.
We shall all benefit.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Numaliza. Hata hakuna back page. Ni sports. Lazima usome bana.
Lessons learned in Spain's La Liga. And there's a youngster called Mzomo, and he's among feted players. He has been awarded, Kenya Polo Association has awarded 7 riders with handicap promotions 10 months after a similar exercise at the Nairobi Polo Club. I think it's very interesting, actually, that you have younger players now getting involved in the sport. It's been seen as a gentleman's game, and gentlemen of a certain age play polo.
But is it possible to play polo without a horse?
No, sorry. There's water polo, but you have to be very clear about what polo we're talking about. But the polo
you do it on a water buffalo.
Hey, another 4-legged creature. This one,
polo,
that one is
horse,
polo in the water with a ball.
Horse.
Okay.
How many horses do you have in Kenya?
Oh wow, are we gonna do this now?
Okay. It's okay.
There are more horses than there are polo players.
Okay. I've left the story. It's okay.
Okay, so
they've been given handicap for polo. Okay. Please carry on the story.
Wewe City.
Yes.
Tuambie. The Star.
Top right-hand corner in teal green. Justice, widow of slain Pakistani scribe once cops behind shooting prosecuted. Remember the story of the Pakistani journalist, a gentleman by the name of Arshad Sharif?
Yeah.
Very bizarre story. Apparently the police had been alerted that there was a certain van, Mercedes van, Sprint that had been stolen at Pangani, and they were chasing it. And they found this car and they shot at it. Unfortunately, this particular version of the Mercedes van Sprint is actually called a V8. This guy was in a V8 and he was shot. No similarity in these vehicles, by the way, none whatsoever. They're actually very different. They even look different. Okay, manufacturers are even different. But that was the story. So the wife said, no. She's called Javeria Siddiq. Please, there seems to be laxity in concluding this probe and in charging police officers behind Arshad's death. But the police are the ones who shot at this vehicle, and this gentleman died. But again, there was a tail to this particular tale. Okay? As in TAIL to the TALE.
Voila.
Yes. This man was supposed to be investigating something, and this something rendered some jitters in certain quarters. So it was said, so it was reported. So it's not a simple mistake as it's being reported. It's a simple mistake that has other things attached to it, which then immediately removes the element of simplicity from the conversation. Even I am not sure what I've just said. But
you've said many things, but immediately
simplicity.
It removes simplicity to the particular conversation.
Fine. So let's go on. How bail could trigger fresh LGBTQ debate. Proposed change to the criminal procedure code could open the door to transgenderism by broadening the definition of intersex amid push for wider inclusion. Intersex is a person born with both male and female genitalia. A transgender is one who is transmitting from one gender to another.
Transiting.
Yes, that's what they've written here.
Transmitting.
Transiting.
Okay.
Transiting.
You said transmitting.
There's that also.
Okay.
From one gender to another through hormonal therapy. So you're given hormonal therapy, and then voila, you've changed, as Ndu would say. How this is going to happen, I'm not very sure, but that's what they've said here. Live coverage of protest media houses. Right. The High Court has said. Remember, the Communication Authority had said, you media people, you're broadcasting these demonstrations.
And you shouldn't be.
What do you think you're doing? You are encouraging demonstration and you are encouraging XYZ. High Court said, excuse me, you are infringing on the rights of these people.
Allow them to.
Their job. Okay, Communication Authority, you're wrong. I read, looking for a fine. I didn't see any. But that's what they said.
It would have been nice if it had been followed by a fine.
Because somebody would come to us. This gentleman was a gentleman named John Chigiti. He's a judge who said, agency, you wrong. Then bang in the middle of the paper, too high. Reports cite inefficient health services and wards. All right. Why newborn deaths spiral out of control. This story of newborns dying, it's gone up.
Where?
Auditor points to lack of basic equipment commodities level 1 and 3 facilities. This is in the country. This story is on page 4 and Life. Let me just read it. What's hindering effective delivery of maternal and neonatal health services? Inefficient community health services, lack of maternity wards, lack of basic equipment and commodities, lack of ambulances, insufficient community health volunteers, lack of stipend for community health volunteers, haphazard, otherwise known as haphazard referral systems of emergency cases, poor funding of health facilities, inadequate beds for women seeking maternal services, lack of theatres for provision of maternal health services. There, I've said it.
This is going on now. But we've just launched UHC. Everything is going to be all right.
No, we had containers. We had Mount Margaret's things were called what? Beyond Zero. What happened to those Beyond Zeros?
The kids, the everything.
Those things, they're somewhere, I'm sure. They were
going to the counties.
I know because we worked with them. Those units were essentially mobile clinics, literally. It is a kakanta with everything that you need to diagnose, blah, 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 fish cakes, everything.
Are they still in operation?
I wonder, because the person who was promoting it ceased to be First Lady, Okay.
But should the thing die because somebody sees
Yes, it does die
Should
if the thing was not attached to the government and to health facilities for continuity. If it was standalone, the moment the person who supported it is no longer in the position they were in, the thing will die.
But they were being handed over to counties, and counties were taking over. Anyway.
County government first ladies.
25 minutes to 7. CT, how comes Kayole Dio Hospital is missing on the headline? That is what Azaria is saying, is asking. Maternal mothers have suffered enough in Kenya.
As opposed to maternal mothers.
Maternal mothers.
Okay.
God closed down those health authorities. Something's happening there. Anyway, you tell us, Azaria, what's the issue?
Why doesn't he explain to us what exactly is happening so that we understand?
Tell us about traffic first.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, movement on Okoh Road started earlier on, and we also saw some movement on the Thika Superhighway, which has graduated now, snaking along then towards that outer ring junction. Kiambu Road still looks good. Now would be the time to get out before you get stuck. And coming out of Westlands, also probably good time to move. The traffic that we'll see today probably will not be too crazy. It'll start to, build as we get towards the end of the week as schools close and all this other business. And then it's probably likely to decrease. But for now, Okoh Road is what to watch for. A little bit of movement on on Mombasa Road as you get to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. But apart from that, you should be okay. It's also starting to build on Gong Road, coming into the city, and also seeing some movement coming out of Kibera and then touching on Gong Road as well. All right, getting into traffic hour in about an hour. Let's talk then and see how things have moved. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. If members of parliament agree with the bills coming from the Chief Justice and the judiciary at large, murderers, sex pests, and those found guilty of treason, which are all capital offences, might get a maximum of 30 years in jail if a raft of changes to the country's criminal law by the judiciary are accepted by Parliament. The two bills handed by Chief Justice Martha Koome to Parliament, which is the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023 and the Penal Code Amendment Bill 2023, seek to amend how Kenya's law books deals with capital offenders. The current law dealing with the crime was drafted by Britain in the 1930s. It provides for death if one is found guilty of murder, robbery with violence, and treason. The judiciary has also proposed that replacement of the words such as manslaughter with second-degree murder and idiots or imbecile with intellectual and psychosocial disability. So an idiot would be an intellectual, and one who's an imbecile is one who suffers from psychological disability. What's wrong?
What have they just said?
They want those words to be replaced by these others. Idiot and imbecile to be replaced by intellectual and psychosocial disability.
Okay.
Sour.
All right.
The Justice Koome-led arm of government has categorized murder into three categories. In the proposal, there are those found guilty of first-degree murder may be sentenced to death. Those found guilty of second-degree murder will be liable to life imprisonment. The judiciary has also introduced first-degree robbery and second-degree robbery. Those who steal using guns, maim or harm, or use chemicals will be liable to death if found guilty, while the second-degree robbery will be liable to life imprisonment.
Okay.
However, there is another separate proposal to have the death sentence completely expunged from law books, and in its place, those found guilty of a capital offence be sentenced to life.
So what's going to happen? So we have this law that's seeking to amend the penal code, and then we have Opiyo Wandayi's law that is seeking to repeal to abolish the death penalty.
That's the other one they've just
Are they
mentioned,
going to merge these two bills? Or is Parliament going to treat these two bills separately? Because Opiyo Wandayi's bill is not only dealing with abolishing the death penalty, it's also dealing with other issues. For example, how to treat those that have been committed to life in prison. So once you abolish the death penalty and you go into life in prison, then there's also a possibility of parole and all, and definition of life in prison. The Criminal Procedure Code and the Penal Code may not necessarily be mentioning this. So I think it's important that those two, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee actually seeks to harmonize these two bills. Yeah, make it into one proper, comprehensive bill that then addresses the whole issue.
Indeed.
So, iko mambo hapa ya inaitwa National Housing Corporation. So it's issues about houses. So let's start with the first quick one, okay? There are thousands of people who've been living on a 1,000-acre piece of land in Njiro. You know where Njiro is? Kaguda Road, like that, Njiro, Okoh, Njiro, okay? 1,000 acres of land. There's a man who was a real estate,
developer,
mogul in this country, and he died. Gershon Kirema. Gershon Kirema owned pieces of land everywhere. Turn like this.
Pieces.
That is likely to be Kirema's land.
Turn like this.
Gershon. Block of apartments coming up. That's Kirema. 1,000 acres like this is likely to be Kirema's. It turns out it was actually Kirema's land. Those affected are persons who claim to have been allocated the land by the Commissioner of Lands, the Nairobi County Government, and others who are claiming ownership through adverse possession. At the same time, a court order affects unsuspecting third-party buyers who bought land from the two groups. Justice Samson Okoh has ordered at least 300 people who claimed 80 acres after allegedly living and developing their part for more than 12 years to leave before the end of this year. Failure to which, their properties will be demolished. Wamepewa until December 31st. In their case, the alleged squatters, led by John Otieno, claimed that from the time they occupied this property, Kirema never appeared or contested their occupancy. This is more than 12 years. According to Otieno, none of the 300 people he represented knew the owner of the 472 acres of land for more than 14 years. Justice Okoh found that Otieno was untruthful as he alleged that his group entered the property in the 1990s. However, the judge observed that he changed his story to 2000 and then finally claimed that he built on this piece of land a house in 2011, 3 years before he sued Kirema's family. So he sued Kirema's family in 2011 plus 3, 2014. He claims that he went there in the 90s, then let's say in 2000s. Then, so since the 90s, since the 2000s, you built a house in 2011. In the absence of evidence as to when each of the applicants entered the suit property and which portion of the property is occupied by each applicant, the applicant's claim to a portion of this land measuring 80 acres by adverse possession is not proved. You are not squatters. Kamatuto Self-Help Group is a second batch that was claiming 160 acres. They alleged that they were allocated the portion by the Commissioner of Lands. This group is led by Stephen Minor, and they claimed they had 1,310 members who allegedly had been mining building stones from this part of the land. They too alleged that they had occupied the land for over 15 years without interruption. However, Kirema's family argued that the portion had a slaughterhouse and servant quarters and the remaining part had grazing fields. According to the family, Kamatuto never sought permission from the politician before putting structures on the property. While terming the second group as invaders, the family asserted that Kirema had moved to court seeking to kick out the group. The family argued that those claiming the land encroached on it after December 2010 when the man died. They asserted that the number of squatters increased between 2012 and 2014. Justice Okoh has found that Kamatuto's claims could not hold because they were still seeking permission from the Njiro district officer to occupy the property. He found they too could not allege adverse possession. That is group number 2, out. Group number 3, Naridai Muoroto was claiming 500 acres.
From inside that same place.
Yeah, we're talking about 1,000 acres.
Now we've got a serious person.
One is dealing with 80 acres. The other one is dealing
now
with...
Now you get a serious person. 500 acres.
500 acres. This group claimed they were landless persons who were moved by the state to the property between 1990 and 1994. Moroto claimed it initially had 215 members, but the same has increased to 2,000 persons over time. According to them, the county issued them allotment letters in 2009, paving the way for them to process titles. Justice Okoh gave the three groups until the end of this year to leave. He, however, ordered the Kiremas to transfer parts of the land claimed by a fourth group, which included the Catholic Church, after finding that they had bought the land from Gerishon Kirema.
So, in other words, all these people who are claiming that the land is theirs, get out.
Yep.
The only people that we're saying you should have something is the church.
The church,
who bought
because you
something
can
from
see
your
you bought.
father.
Yeah.
We have documentation.
Yeah.
But all people who are shouting, carry your load and get out.
Sijui were brought here by the government between
we're squatters,
1990.
and so therefore this, that, the other thing. I have 500 acres. Come
Yeah.
and be going. Okay.
Something positive, though, about this. I'll tell you why I'm saying it's
Okay.
positive. Huh? If indeed we are seeing the courts stamping the authority on something that has been rampant in this country for the longest time, then it is a good thing. Meaning, going forward, as we say, people will be a lot more careful when they are either buying land or they have been led by others to occupy land which they know full well it's not theirs.
Yeah.
Because there are people who thrive on doing precisely that.
Yeah.
You know this is not your property. Either you find ways of grabbing it yourself or you get groups of people, and usually supported by some fairly violent chaps.
To grab it for you.
Yes, exactly.
And fence it very fast.
Yes.
Chap.
Yes. But
And then you bring other people and say,
yes.
to Kowengi.
And then you take it even further sometimes, depending on the geographical area. There then will be people who purportedly are natives of that particular place. And suddenly it's the ancestral land.
Yep. Our fathers.
In fact, his great-grandfather was buried. You see that tree over there? That one, under there. That sort of thing. So if that is what we see happening, then it is a good thing because it's a deterrent.
Indeed.
But there is a flip side to it.
Okay.
Why is it that the people who are behind these things, because usually there are people who look for unsuspecting, naive, gullible individuals who, in the name of being given land, will pay. Why are these people never brought to book? Because they must exist.
There must be. In this 500-acre group, there must be somebody who was fueling them.
Yes.
And giving them this sort of feeling of comfort. That,
Yes. Don't worry. That's going to happen.
I'm sorting out this issue.
This one. First of all, this land. Even this guy didn't even buy it.
Yeah.
Even him, he grabbed it. So,
those people are never brought to book.
No, they never are.
They are never brought to book.
And this one is falling hot on the heels of what we are seeing happening in
Athi River.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I have another two land stories.
Please.
Quick one. This one, the officials of a society linked to the sale of Portland land in Athi River will await until October 26th to know their fate.
Tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow. The three, Julius Mutie Mutua, Pascal Kiseli Basilio, and Alex Charlo Mutemi, were arraigned before Milimani Magistrate Gilbert Shikwe on Monday. The investigators presented the three under miscellaneous applications seeking more time to complete their probe. Okay? Higher. That is one. The other one is still in the Athi River stories. The National Housing Corporation lost 348 acres of prime land in Athi River in a brazen theft involving land dealers in collusion with unscrupulous officials at the Ministry of Lands. 348 acres.
That's a lot of land, man.
A report by a task force formed to investigate land issues in Mavoko indicated that NHC lost the land and never got a title deed for another property it produced. So let's go to 1994, July. Are we there?
Yes, we're there.
The National Housing Corporation is allocated 197 acres of land by the government, complete with a signed plan that had been approved by the Director of Surveys and showing the precise particulars of an already surveyed piece of land. 94, they're given title, there's a deed plan, everything is complete.
It belongs to National Housing.
Yes. However, when the survey was done, it was realized that some parts of this particular land had already been excised and the corporation was left with only 81.9 acres. From 197 acres, they were left with 81.9 acres, less than half. And this is just when the surveyor gets to the ground. He's like, oh, guy, the land had also been allocated to Ndu. So sasa nyinyi na national housing, nichukueni 281 acres. Having lost more than half of this land, the National Housing Corporation paid 558,000 shillings as a stand premium after it was issued with a fresh letter of allotment by the Commissioner of Lands. But during the survey, the Commissioner of Lands noticed that part of the land had already been allocated to a private developer. Part of these 81 acres. Now, okay, sawa.
Wait.
We are starting with 197 acres.
The remaining one that they said just take what is left. They realized that somebody was
your
already...
national housing.
Yeah. Well.
He's a title deed.
Thank you.
197 acres.
Yes.
197.
There's a deed plan from the survey.
Everything
shows
Mm-hmm.
particulars of that land. Okay, go.
197.
You get to the ground, you're like, okay, so now
this land of ours.
Yeah. So you bring in your survey now to start surveying the land so that you can start doing the thing. Survey is like, guy. No. Gava actually forgot they had also given CT some land.
From this one?
Yeah.
No.
So Gava tells you now do this and do. That 197, forget about it. We are going to give you 81.9 acres. Sawa. You're like, okay, sawa.
So I don't remain with nothing.
Yeah. Now you pay stamp duty for this. Okay.
So for 81.
Yeah, for 81 acres. So you pay 500,000 shillings to Gava for 81 acres. So surveyor now comes to survey. Oh my, God, I'm sorry. You know, this 81 acres, actually somebody had already been allocated some more land. So now what is left that has not been allocated is 31 acres. So you take this 31 acres.
But I've paid you 500 million shillings for stamp duty.
500,000.
500,000.
The Commissioner of Lands further issued a fresh allocation. Iwachana nayo, and NHC now pays 338,000 shillings for stamp duty of this 31 acres. Sijui kama tuko pamoja.
So you've refunded my money.
Sijui sasa hapo kama kulienda hivyo.
Do you think that is the end of the story?
But while processing this allotment letter for 31 acres.
Stop it.
Yes.
No. I've gone from 197 to 81 to 31.
Yeah.
You're still removing some?
Yeah. While processing the allotment letter, it was further realized that this land had another letter of allotment to a private developer. So we can't process the title now for this 31 acres because, somebody else had also been allocated this land.
This is not This is a theatre of the absurd.
So the task force that was chaired by John Abduba, formed by the Ministry of State for Provincial Administration then, found that the Commissioner of Lands was responsible for the loss of the national housing land. A few years later, in 2011, the corporation entered into a sale agreement with a syndicate. No, it's a company called Syndicate. A company called Agriculture Syndicate Limited. So this syndicate, Agriculture Syndicate Limited, wanted to sell 155 acres of land in Mavoko at 802 million shillings. All right? Paid 550 in two tranches of 300 million and 250, leaving a balance of 272. To facilitate the transfer of the land to NHC, Agriculture Syndicate Limited paid land rates of 393,000 to the Mavoko Municipal Council through its lawyer Herit Sheth. So you have entered into Nini Syndicate. Syndicate is selling national housing land. Okay? National housing pays 822,000. From 822,000, Syndicate pays 393 as stamp duty. A rate clearance certificate was issued in 2011 and the transfer was done in 2011. However, while the current legal owner, Agriculture Syndicate Limited, was in the process of transferring the said piece of land, it slipped and fell.
What fell?
The land.
To where?
And broke its leg.
These things, no. I don't believe this. I'm done. I don't believe this.
Well, in the process of transferring this parcel of land, they realized that this same piece of land was being claimed by 4 people.
It's not possible.
You're talking about theater of the absurd.
It's easier. Oh, no. I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
These people who continue realizing, who are they? Who are these realizers?
And they always realize
They're
after
always
money has been
realizing
paid.
after money has been paid.
Yeah.
Who are they?
See, the transferers of the land. Now. The 4 who are also claiming the same piece of land owned by the syndicate, and a group of Maasai, both with no documents available. Kibwezi Mining had a copy of the title, measuring 149 acres. Another party, Richard Mwalili Mulu and Joseph Mwalili, had a certificate of title, measuring 389 acres, more than double the land that NHC had bought. According to the task force report, it was observed that Kibwezi did not exist in the records of the Registrar of Companies as per the letter, but they owned a piece of land. Page 6.
I have to actually look. Maybe you're reading something else. Is it actually in the paper?
So one of the companies that is claiming this piece of land that has been sold by syndicate to NHC does not exist, but they have a title. Are we together so far?
Good Lord in heaven.
The chief land registrar, in the letter dated 13th May 2011, while verifying the authenticity of the title, said the title held by Agriculture Syndicate was subdivided and the resultant titles issued in the same name. A further subdivision was done on this piece of land, registered in the name of NHC and charged to Agriculture Syndicate. It further noted that the title held by Kibwezi Mining was a forgery. The guys don't even exist. So basically, the long and short
These
of
people who wanted to 800 and something million, the people don't exist.
No. These ones who are also claiming
The
land
people
that
exist,
is owned by them.
but the entity that they claim to own does not exist. Just so that you understand that it is still not safe to get out of the waters. You know the stories in the Masai Mao forest is still ongoing. And you're talking about 23,000 acres.
What?
Forest land. Water tower.
The realizers.
People went and settled there, and now there is a move to remove them. But these ones, there is an element of compensation. There are stories of people being compensated 350,000 shillings.
Did they actually receive the money?
It is written that there is that amount of money being spoken of. And there are those who are claiming their fathers were born here. Some, their grandfathers were born here. They were born here. It's a water tower.
You know.
The story of land in this country, land.
It's a terrible. I'm trying to imagine this guy who's been told is 197. I wonder if it's the same guys who come back to him every time or somebody different.
No, actually, it's 81.
You know,
no, it's 30.
It's 197. No, it's 81. Actually, it's 31. Actually, you know what?
Actually,
that 31, there's nothing.
And then another one. I'm selling you a piece of land. Then when transferring, ile shamba mzee, ile shamba iligonjeka ikakufa.
Haiko.
Ile shamba yako hata mazishi ilikuwa juzi.
Tutakutafutia ingine.
Haiko. Lakini ile pesa nililipa.
Sasa unajua hiyo pesa sasa ndio ilikutumia kwa matibabu.
Okay. You know, you can think you're in a time
It
warp.
is the stories of Abunuasi. Proper Abunuasi stories.
Jabba. These ones, the ones somebody's telling you won't believe.
Where?
Good Lord in heaven.
Where?
In this world.
And now land grabbers of a water tower that is registered and demarcated as a water tower also issues. Yani, Kenya hii.
These stories are many.
Anyway, let's go to the news. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. The UDA party will Thursday hold a crisis meeting to solve leadership wrangles at the Nairobi County Assembly. Secretary General Cleophas Malala says that the MCAs will have the final say on their leadership. This even comes as earlier changes were made to the party's leadership that saw Waithera Shege appointed minority leader, with Dionysius Mwangi made her deputy. In other appointments, Joyce Muthoni was made the minority whip to be deputized by Samora Mwaura.
In a very neutral way, in a very fair way. So what we've done, I have done a letter which has already been delivered to the County Assembly 30 minutes ago to call for a meeting of all elected members of County Assembly on Thursday at 10 a.m. I have also invited other officials of the party, because this matter seems to be bigger than just a few of us. We've invited other officials of the party to come in that meeting, to attend that meeting, to participate in the decision making of that meeting. If the members of the County Assembly of Nairobi feel like they want to make changes in their leadership, these are democratic party. Yes. Give them.
The National Dialogue Committee has filed its responses in a case where 3 men have challenged the ongoing bipartisan talks. In an affidavit by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who co-heads the delegation, says the petition is an abuse of court process and it shouldn't be granted any orders sought, adding that the petitioners are merely seeking to disrupt an ongoing parliamentary process. The petitioners argued that there was no public participation in the establishment of the committee. This comes as the committee began the process of writing its report after receiving input from various stakeholders about issues of concern in the country. The 10-member committee is meeting in Gilgil, Nakuru County over the report.
Tuko na wiki moja imebaki kumaliza hiyo kazi, and I want to assure you, as our leader will assure you today, without dealing with the issue of cost of living, there will be no deal.
The nationwide LSK Legal Awareness Week kicked off at Milimani Law Courts, with the society calling on the public to come out and seek legal assistance. LSK President Eric Theuri, who presided over the launch, challenged the government to increase the number of prosecutors.
To engage in a conversation that goes beyond prison officers, that goes beyond the offenders, that goes beyond the victims of the various criminal offenses, towards a system that is fair, a system that reduces or breaks the cycle that creates reoffending.
DPP Renson Ingonga, on his part, called on stakeholders in the justice sector to work together.
Audit of the criminal justice system in Kenya revealed that it is skewed against the poor. This arises from such acts as criminalization of poverty, excessive bail terms, and arbitrary arrests by the law enforcement officers against the indigent in the society. This is a systemic problem that requires our concerned efforts in order to ensure that there is no abuse.
Doctors in Busia County finally called off their strike after a one-week strike. Deputy Governor Arthur Odera says that the strike was called off after an agreement with the leaders of the health workers. He adds that medics who'd gone on study leave have been ordered to return to work to ensure that there are enough health workers.
Naomba radhi watu wa Busia kwamba wamepata shida kufuatana na mgomo ambao haukustahili, na ndio maana tukafanya juhudi zote ambazo zingewezekana kuhakikisha kwamba mgomo umekomeshwa. Ilipofikia siku ya Ijumaa, viongozi wa vyama vya wafanyikazi wakasitisha mgomo, na kwa sasa huduma za afya zimerejea, na kuna timu ambayo inaenda leo na kesho kuhakikisha kwamba katika mahospitali zote kwa kaunti hii huduma za afya zinapewana kikamilifu kwa wote ambao wanahitaji.
Safaricom has urged businesses, governments and individuals to invest in technologies that protect sensitive information and critical systems from cyber threats. Safaricom CEO Peter Ndegwa says that the youth are the center of technology and that through Safaricom Hook, the youth will be given the skills that will enable them be self-sufficient.
Safaricom has always been about transforming lives. It's about connecting people to people, connecting people to knowledge and to opportunity. And there is no question that the youth is the biggest area that we need to focus on. Our intention is to empower the youth, to incentivize them to live their lives the way they want to live, to use technology. And we always say if you combine technology with innovation, you can really transform lives. You can enable people to live better, to socialize better, to show up better.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFm, Nakuru.
Quite some busyness on Gong Road this morning, getting into the city, and we're looking at a trickle of traffic then getting through towards the roundabout. And there's also some traffic coming in from Upper Hill. Everybody meets then trying to get into the CBD. Then also look in the other direction, coming in from Naivasha Road and then going towards Gitanga. Heading out towards Lamington, Nzima Springs is going to connect with traffic, and everybody then goes towards James Gishuru. And some of that spillover goes towards Waakwe. Kiambu Road now starting to pack up a few minutes after 7. And there's also traffic on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in heavy on Kangunda Road and Jogo Road as well, feeding off from Manyanja. Outer Ring is busy. There's traffic coming in from Cabanas, North Airport Road, touching a little bit then on Outer Ring at the junction. The Eastern Bypass is busy. In and outbound traffic is doing the thing there. So we're going to keep an eye on things and see how it develops as we get into traffic hour, about half hour or so. Let us know what's going on where you are. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Coming up to 8
This
minutes after
is
7.
the
How
Situation
are you doing?
Room.
Welcome to Tuesday. If you're just getting up and getting out of bed or wherever you are, it's the 24th day of October 2023. Last night, something happened on Maisha Magic Plus. It was the premiere of Zari, this new show on Maisha Magic Plus. Premiered at 8:30 p.m. It'll be airing again today and tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and again next week. Like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, and like that.
Right. And so you ask yourself, so what is it about? Well, it's an interesting drama series, and you want to know the intrigues of what happens when a gentleman decides to make a decision, and he splits his attention between two women, and he gets into a bit of a pickle, and is not quite sure how to handle that. And so the story starts out you figuring out how this pickle will be figured out. And the drama ensues. So you want to know how to watch this? It's channel 163 on DSTV or channel 3 on GoTV. You can also download the My DSTV app or My GoTV app, *423# and watch any time.
Okay. Go to our YouTube channel. One of those people who have told us they are tuning in from I don't know where, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan,
Munchen.
from Munchen. Have they registered to participate in this year's Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon?
Okay. Now, please. All of you people who have tuned in from where it is you're tuning in from, Singapore, Munchen,
Kansas,
Bonny Lake, Washington, those places. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon takes place on the 29th of October. Yesterday was the first day that you could start participating in the virtual run. You can do all of this if you've registered on www.nairobimarathon.com and pay the 2,000 shillings. And so you wonder, how can I participate in the race when the day of the race has not come? I know. It's all about technology. And what you can do is you run this week and you get your times slotted on the leaderboard. And you could have actually been the winner, but you wait for the rest of the people to run come the 29th physically. And it could be you sitting pretty resting on your laurels. You wait and see. It's the kind of thing that you can do. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is running its 20th edition this year. And folks started with a virtual run yesterday.
Yeah.
The physical run takes place on the 29th, which is Sunday.
Yes.
And all of this we're doing so that the Future Makers program gets a boost, where young people, especially girls and those with disability, get a chance to earn, to learn, and to grow.
Beautiful. Beautiful, kabisa. Well, talking about information and all, let's now talk about data. And we are joined by somebody who is an expert on data matters. Timothy Oriedo is the founder and CEO of Predictive Analytics Lab, but he's been in this data space for quite a while, and information space. Timothy, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
The hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So we can call you what, a data scientist, a data expert?
A business leader that uses data.
A data hoarder.
Basically, a business leader that uses data to enhance decision making.
Right.
Yeah, but by professional data scientists.
Very good.
Yeah.
Karibu sana. We shall have the data science conversation and why it's important and why we need to think about it, all right? And how we can then use it in everyday decision making. City has the day's proverb, and this week the proverbs are from Zanzibar. And he's giving us the proverbs in Kiswahili. Manake tuko kwenye visiwa vya Zanzibari.
Heri.
Kule Unguja kule.
Si Ugunja, Unguja.
When Opiondai comes here next, we'll actually ask him to say it. The last time we forgot.
Tutamuuliza.
Tumwambia aseme Unguja.
Sio mahali atokako ati Unguja. Ugunja. Heri kujikwaa kidole kuliko ulimi.
Heri kujikwaa kidole kuliko ulimi. Ndu, translate that to English.
Tongues and toes
maketh not a man.
Yes, maketh not a man.
Are we referring to the same proverb?
Is that today's proverb or next week's?
It is better to stumble than with your stumble your toe. Stumble your toe than stumble with your tongue. Voila. Merci.
There you go. Timothy, do you agree that that translation first?
You got to give me some points, man.
Yeah, she tried.
Thank you very much.
She tried. Well done. So what's your interpretation of the proverb?
I mean, in the literal sense, remembering the literal literature that is still in my head after many years of being banged with a lot of data, it's basically what you say is more impactful than what you do. So, that metaphor of the tongue means what comes out of the mouth is powerful than what comes out of your hands.
The literature is still intact. By the time someone comes with the word metaphor.
Still intact, right?
That's a stylistic device. Intact. It didn't go anywhere. The data didn't shake it.
It didn't. It's still there.
It's still there.
Okay. So, Timothy, just distinguish data scientists from the other scientists, computer scientists. What were IT?
Yeah.
People just assume that computer.
Amesoma packages.
Unianlockia hii simu.
Yes.
Printer yangu
ifanye.
Yeah.
So who's a data scientist?
Yeah, so that's actually a very good way to start this conversation, because it's always misinterpreted to mean you're in the IT department or you provide IT solutions. But a data scientist is a confluence of many different skills, and it's important to understand that background. So perhaps as you seek to engage with the data scientist, or as you seek to start a journey, a career transformation journey, it's important to have that background. So basically, a data scientist has got 4 domains. There are 4 knowledge domains that you're grounded on. So the first one is mathematical skills. So the mathematical skills will entail understanding the principles and foundations of mathematical analysis. So basically, data scientists uses algorithms to solve business problems. So having to understand the algorithm, you'll ensure that you have trust in the process that you are using to solve that problem. The second skill that you need to have is a technological background, which means you have to understand programming. So there are various programming tools, but basically the ones which are mostly used often are one called Python, which is an open source tool, and one called R. And these
It's called R.
R, yeah. Yeah, R, the letter R in capital letters.
It's just called R.
Yeah. If it's a small R, it's something else. So basically what these technologies help you do, remember it's mathematical equations. So for example, X plus Y is equals to Z. Yeah, and then the Python environment will bring the data to combine it with the algorithm. So I want you to think about that as a calculator.
Okay.
You know, the calculator can be able to compute basic mathematics like 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2, to a factor of 1 to the power of n. There's a limit where the calculator can go. Yeah, but for the computing environments, which are those Python, they give you that GPU. GPU is graphic processing units. They're able to process those mathematical algorithms with more accuracy and more speed at more complexity. So we have two types of data, so as I explained about the technology, structured and unstructured. So these programming languages don't just help analyze structured data. Structured data is the 1, 2, 3, which can be in the form of characters and numerals. So those ones can be computed with a calculator. Similarly, you can compute it with another one called Excel. You know, we use Excel a lot, so we use it to arrange tables and classify numbers. So the programming language helps you to not just calculate those, but also unstructured data. So unstructured data, things like voice, images, videos, those can actually be also analyzed for context. So by extension, you are already seeing a difference of what a data scientist can do. Yeah, so they're not just about calculating numbers, but analyzing information that sits in various formats.
Why are they called unstructured?
It's unstructured because of the way the data is formed, the data format is. It's, the bits. Yeah, so for example, video data. Yeah, you cannot store it in the normal way. You would store a file in Excel. So it's unstructured because it requires more storage, number one, and then it's not clean. For you to search it, you'll need to, penetrate it a little bit deeper to be able to find pieces of information hidden in it. Yeah.
How would I use this data or information, or how then does it manifest itself in a tangible way for us to understand that this is what a data scientist does, and how would I then be able to employ the services of a data scientist? How do we see it manifest?
Yeah, so actually that answers into the other two skills. I mentioned there were four. So there's the mathematical, then there's computing, which is in Python. We have other two skills which now create the manifestation. So how would you know a data scientist? One is about visualization and presentation skills. So one of the key skills required is how do you portray the information that you have analyzed? One of the key skills that data scientist is required is to have very strong presentation skills. Those presentation skills have got some aids. They're aided by what we call data visualization. So again, we have another subject for data visualization where you learn how to present information using graphs. And it's actually a science in itself because different graphs portray different messaging. We have this habit of using a PowerPoint, and when you use a PowerPoint, you use bar chart, histograms, generic, but they're different. They mean something different when you use different charts to display the information. Then also how you present it, how you portray the information, communicating, so their writing skills. And then the fourth area where data scientists portray themselves is business. The business skills, business understanding, and that's where we mostly get it wrong in our operationalization of the data science in organization. So by business means if you're a data scientist who's grounded in the financial space, you may need to be retrained for you to fit in the media space. So we don't have a one-size-fits-all kind of data scientists. You have different backgrounds. For example, me coming from the background of media and marketing, I was well grounded to understand data science solutions in the media industries. But it didn't stop me from going to provide my interventions for other industries. But I had to now sit, learn, and be able to understand the nuances that govern that other industries. So the manifestation of a data scientist means someone who's curious, inquisitive, ready to learn, and always learning and adapting to the changing environment. Because the tools are very generic. They'll apply the same tools you use in financial sector. You use them in insurance, you use them in manufacturing, you use them in retail. But what changes is the problem that you're trying to solve. So that problem has to be understood by the data scientist. If you don't understand the problem, then you will have the wrong solutions, and that brings you to loggerheads with the owners of the business because now you're not helping them solve the problem in a more precise way.
Before the advent of data science, or before, this wide acceptance of data scientists, who was doing the job that data scientists do today?
Yeah, that's good. So if you look at the job that data scientist does, so one of the jobs is data cleaning, then data analysis.
Not collection.
So the cleaning comes with collection. So you collect, cleaning. So, but I can move a step lower now to collection. So in the collection now you have, I'll assume, because we are starting the digital era where we have the mobile apps, we have the websites which have been collecting the data. So there's an element of digitization. So first of all, there's what called maturity in adoption of data science. You cannot start talking about data science if you've not digitized. So you need to have digitized the information, which means that they're sitting in a format which is easy to collect and then analyze, and we store and then analyze. So I'll give you a context of a mobile app, which is used by consumers to get information from various assets of the organization. So previously, before digitization, you were having analog systems which were doing that. The best way to summarize it is just look at the 7 P's: price, product, place. So you can digitize a place by having e-commerce. You can digitize a price by asking your customers to pay by M-Pesa, banks. If that was not there will not have been data to analyze. So we have companies which still have not digitized the information. Makes it hard for you to operate. So back to the question around what the value of the data scientist will be, where you look at the spectrum now of that analytical framework. When you digitize, you're able to analyze, and then when you analyze, the information now is processed. Now, traditional businesses used to have what you call a business analyst. You'll find an accountant, you'll find a marketer who use data too. So those are the work. That is the work that data scientist currently does. And by that I mean that there's now potential for those traditional careers to transition themselves into data scientists. Because they already have the 2 skills. Remember, out of the 4, they understand the business, then they also present and articulate themselves to be able to portray the findings. But now they need to add
and they have some basic mathematical skills.
So they need to add the 2, the Python and the basic mathematical skills. But working to a traditional organization, and a management accountant will be able to tell you how the business is performing and prepare you for the success or failure. An audit accountant will be able to detect fraud, and warn the business of what's going to happen. In marketing, they'll lead you to a customer, who's more loyal, and so on and so forth. So that narrative continues for every department, and that's the kind of advocacy we try to do in organizations to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. There's actually something we call a citizen data scientist. So you're not very well grounded in the technical tools, but you understand what's supposed to happen. And maybe I might not talk about it later, but I don't know what the thought trajectory will be. But now we're having a type of worker in the workplace called a cobot. So a cobot is someone who sits alongside a robot and help them doing their work more efficiently using artificial intelligence.
Whose work more efficiently, the robot or the cobot? The robot or the cobot?
The human.
The human gets more. So this human sits next to the robot is helping the human.
Yes, to get more efficiency in their output.
Okay.
So why do you need the human then?
It's the human is needed. The human is needed. There are elements of the robot which cannot be replaced by your machine cannot replace. 1, ethics. We have 2, creativity. 3, emotions. And we have examples about some of these applications that have gone south.
I thought IT was supposed to cover the very same thing that you're saying.
It won't, because there's something we call a point of singularity, which is never be reached. It's an infinite point where the human will never be exceeded by the machine. That point will never reach.
Really?
Yeah.
So all these science fiction movies I've been watching where robots take over the world and they're thinking and they're doing all sorts of things, those things are not true.
There's a certain order which they're taking the world. You will notice that there are areas where the human is being driven towards. So there's some work which is a little bit more manual, more risky, more predictable, that those robots are taking up the work. However, there are areas where it will really remain an exclusive reserve for the human.
See, where I'm going with this is that there's the thinking that the robots or the artificial intelligence will get to a point where it can actually think and change for itself.
Yeah.
Is this fantasy?
Okay, so we call that generative AI. It's the thinking, the ability of thinking for the AI is in itself worrying to some point because of it's not bounded by ethics or emotions, So getting now the AI to learn emotions is gonna be quite a hard task to do, and it's for that reason that you find some countries have actually stopped the use of ChatGPT in the regulatory framework from being used because of they're just the generative AIs that learn by themselves, and the more they learn, the more intuitive they become. But you don't know what data is being fed to them. That they may have knowledge that may not be useful or may be risky. So it's important to know those caveats in the adoption of artificial intelligence also in the risk.
There's a question that Eric asked. Eric, are we going on to a break?
Not yet.
Okay, good. And I'd like to understand, in a time before this communication revolution that we are now in the 21st century, this work that you're now doing, what was it called? Analyzing things, doing this, yes. What was it called before?
Okay, so if the immediate feature in the third industrial revolution is like the digitization phase.
Yes.
So this work was like you could be having a risk department, which will give you the view of the business and give you the risk. You could have, for example, another business fraud detection specialists. In another business, in the banks, you'll have what you call credit analysts. So basically the word was analyst. That word was repetitively used. However, I'd like to move you threshold lower, the first industrial revolution, and take you back now to where we used to predict weather. Now we are saying there's no El Nino, right? That's you'll wonder with the same technology we have now and the kind of data that we generate, availability of these tools, we are still not able to accurately predict about such occurrences to this margin of error. So traditionally, societies and industries used to be risk averse. We risk, and we remember what we went through COVID. Our ability to predict what's going to happen next is what kept us alive, because intervention was coming. Now, if you go back to the first industrial revolution, around agriculture, productivity, there were those areas which were sustaining humanity. And out of that, we had what we call now the rainmakers. So what tool are the rainmakers using? They were doing the same work we do now. They were able to predict about the rain and prepare the society either to hoard food, even in the Bible. So remember the story of Joseph and...
so essentially these people were scientists.
They
had over time understood how to read weather patterns. And they knew that when this flock of birds flies going eastwards, it means this.
That was data. They were using information, and that information was assimilated over time to be a proof that a certain sequence of events will definitely lead
have certain consequences and lead to this.
So now that information used to be a preserve for a few. That's why you find most of it was passed from generation to generation within a certain clan or family. And you'll be considered to say that this family is a family of rainmakers, so this clan is a family, because that information was only it's only secretly passed on to the next of kin. But
to
with
their
this,
IP.
IP, yes.
IP address.
IP address. But you could see the impact of that. Pro bono, they were doing pro bono, but maybe they'll get gifts as a way of appreciation. But they used to save humanities from hunger, drought, famine, and key decisions being made after that. That was now the most essential part.
There's an argument, I don't know how true this is, that one of the things that this so-called this revolution that we are now experiencing, the one thing that it has done, and which will lead the human race to extinguish itself, is it disables you from exploring and from being the being that has created all this, because a lot is now being done for you. Is there credence to this?
It is. It's a key concern, but you look at it on the flip side. What else are you doing with that free time that you have? Because to be honest, just looking at the different waves of disruption, the kind of mundane tasks that we used to engage in that are now unnecessary. Like going to the post office to pick a letter, and yet you can receive an email.
Exercise, bro.
Exercise, right?
Exercise.
But you can go to the gym with that time. And
See.
And
You do nothing so that you can go to the gym and do
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
When you could actually walk to the post office and collect your letter, and in the process meet people whom you can chat with and socialize.
So wouldn't the intervention be then, whereas you saw that a letter would come maybe 2 weeks, a week.
Yeah.
But what we're saying now is that there's an immediacy of this communication, and that's what the intervention has come in to take over.
And how useful is that immediacy?
Well, I mean, if somebody's communicating something to me and I can know that information today and then do something with it as opposed to waiting for 2 weeks.
Is it always useful?
Or for the runner to come from the marathon?
It is, but, I mean, just picking from the context of COVID, remember it was about immediate action. If this information was not flowing, if we were still using the smoke signal to send communication,
or a pigeon,
that there is a breakout here in China, how long will that a mail runner to run from China, Wuhan, to come to Kenya?
If we're using the smoke signal, COVID wouldn't have been an issue because it had been contained exactly where it started. It wouldn't have spread, would it?
It would have spread from Wuhan to other villages.
It would.
No, it wouldn't.
Remember, there were other calamities that time. That's actually because of lack of COVID.
Wouldn't have spread the COVID, would it?
There were other calamities that time, but that
plague,
because of
for
lack
example.
of information flow, there's something called information velocity. That's actually how information flows from one entity to another, and that prepares you for the.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm actually being facetious deliberately, and I'm trying to say that there is no progress that has been made without an antithesis to it. That is really what I'm trying to say. And how it is that as we make progress, the need for caution and to take more time understanding the ramifications other than the positivity that is sold to you. What else? Because the what else is what often comes to bite us.
Yes. Those are actually conversations that we strive to have, and you find different generations of data scientists. So data scientists just fresh from university may not be able to engage at C-suite level with executives to convince them they need to adapt to these technologies. Because we are grounded in some sort of biases that tend to blur the realities of where we are as a universe, and that actually somewhat delays the eventuality of this adoption of these technologies or interventions to the businesses. But it's an eventuality that it will definitely be the norm, as it is in some sectors.
Time for that break now. 28 minutes to 8. We are hosting Timothy Oriedo. He's a data scientist, the founder and CEO of Predictive Analytics Lab. He's here this morning selling to us data and the importance of data and why data is important in decision making. Data versus the norm. What is the way forward? Keep it here. We'll be back shortly. Both, and not just both. We are on many, many platforms. We are on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on Facebook, on YouTube, on
X,
everywhere.
Well
on
done.
X.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The sun is up in Nairobi this morning at 17, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 24. In a sunny Nakuru at 15. Sunny at 16 in Nyeri, going to highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 25 in a sunny Eldoret at 13. Partly sunny at 26, going to highs of 30 in Mombasa, and we'll see highs of 31, where it's sunny in Malindi. 21 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 30, and 28 will be the high in a sunny Kakamega at 18. It's sunny at 20 in Kampala with highs of 29, and at 26, mostly cloudy in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 30. Mostly sunny at 18 in Johannesburg with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 31 in a partly cloudy Lagos at 26. It's 25 and raining in Kinshasa this morning, highs of 31 and lows of 24.
Spice up your life.
Battling the Thika Superhighway. We're just looking at a bumper-to-bumper situation after that Outering Junction area. That's inbound traffic. Outbound, you're fine. As you touch on Kiambu Road, we're looking at some traffic. It's bumper-to-bumper as you get past the DCI headquarters. And on James Gishuru is probably where we see the most of it right about now. Limuru Road, United Nations Avenue is also doing that thing. James Gishuru, this whole network of traffic coming in from Gong Road, Naivasha Road, Gitanga, coming in through Kilimani, Kileleshwa, touching on Mzima Springs, and then out through towards James Gishuru, through towards Wayakiwe. That's really busy. So if you're there, just a little bit of patience. If you're not, you might want to think about a different route. We're also looking at traffic on Jogo Road, touching in from Manyanja. Outering in and outbound is busy. Moving, but it's busy. Don't see any reason for clog up, at least not for now. Let's see what happens in half an hour. We're getting into traffic hour proper. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Conversation continues with data scientist Timothy Oriedo. So, Timothy, we've even moved now into artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
And there's all this, understanding and misunderstanding of what AI is all about. Mm-hmm. What is artificial intelligence from the basics?
Yeah. Actually, so the best way to define it are just using the same words again and break those words into two. There's artificial and then intelligence. Yeah, so think about an artificial limb. Think about artificial grass. Think about anything artificial. So intelligence is a construct of wisdom. So wisdom comes out of insights. And insights is information that's processed over time and taken to influence the way we behave and act. So how can it be artificial? Yeah, you ask yourself. So it's that element where we now have systems and tools that augment our human thinking processes. And that augmentation comes in the form of softwares. Yeah, those softwares sit in various formats. And they assimilate information, so that information will later on accrue into data. Yeah, small pieces of information. So you start with events. Those events are assimilated. The events become information. Information becomes data. Data is processed. It has meaning to provide to the business user, based on occurrences that have happened. So artificial intelligence basically will be the use of those mathematical algorithms combined with the data to be able to predict the next course of action for any particular event.
So AI predicts?
Yes, AI predicts. And with that prediction, there's a philosophy that we are grounded in. So there's a philosophy, perhaps, before AI, there's something we call from detection to repair. After AI, we're talking about a new philosophy, predicting and preventing. You're able to predict something's going to happen and then prevent it from happening. So that action is not... It's aided by AI, but that action itself is not AI. It's human action. Yeah. So, for example, back to the topic of El Nino, because it's a key topic trending now. If we had a better preparation to predict about El Nino, we would have prevented, El Nino from happening. Is it?
Or been better prepared for it.
Let me ask the question.
Yeah.
When we talk of disruptive weather patterns, and we attribute it to El Nino, and we look at 233 years ago, no, 63 actually, when the Industrial Revolution began, who would have predicted that we'd be dealing with greenhouse gases? Who would have predicted the outcome of this revolution would be a subject of conversation now? With everything climatic generally going haywire and outside the realm of prediction. Now, we're looking at AI itself and what it's able to do for us. Predicting, you say it does, doesn't it? Okay? So, when we look at the actions that we take, let's take, for instance, political utterances and activities. If we take them through a simulator that would understand these things, are we then able to use these mathematical algorithms, whatever it is it uses,
Yeah.
to say, the consequences of these things that we now have, the likely outcomes, okay, are bound to be this and this. Why am I saying this? If indeed we've gotten to a point where we have intelligence that can more or less tell us the future, because that's what it's doing, then are we not in a better position to prevent very many things that we usually only understand with hindsight?
Yes. And we actually are. Only that it's intellectual property. So there are people who know these things, but there are people who go and buy it. So I want to give you a case example. Francis Ngwata. We grew up listening to weather news.
Ngwata Francis.
Yes. So now there's a channel.
hewa.
There's a channel in the US called The Weather Company. Yeah. So it created a spin-off, and that spin-off from 1980 started collecting data and storing that data. So they're not just announcing today it's going to rain, today it's going to. In as much as that was helpful, I don't know whether you heard about what Nyeri used to do across the border. Yeah. So you will tell Tanzanians the next 3 days, start preparing, get your jembes, go to the shamba, it's going to start raining. And for real, it's going to start raining. So they really gave a lot of trust to him. But you know the trick he was using? He was watching VOK. And the weather patterns for the region are the same. So he was a predictor, he was a data scientist who could predict. Yeah. But then back to the weather company story. So the weather company morphed into sort of a digital channel collecting and storing data. So in 1980, changed its name from it could be the weather channel, changed its name to the weather company. So they digitized the data up to around 2015. Yeah, they changed the name to Climacorp, which means they were acquired, and they were sold. They actually were bought by IBM. Yeah, IBM used the weather data to create one of their smartest engine for AI called the Watson. Yeah, do you know who owns it right now? IBM sold it for $2 billion US.
To who?
Who owns it?
So now it's owned by Monsanto. Monsanto are now owning.
The agriculture company.
They're owning the weather data company. So the weather, they have the accurate prediction of weather up to 99.8% accuracy for predicting the weather. And they're using it to create seeds under sustainability that are going to take the generation to the next. We're taking in cognizance issues around El Nino, issues around drought, issues around. So they're able to produce seedlings for every region where up to a square kilometer. And that's how data is used. Yeah, what? AI. And it's an intellectual property. So before it changed hands a couple of times. From the weather company, they first sold it to an insurance company. So this insurance company used to sell that data to risk. The highest risk premium are paid by oil rig companies. So the oil rig companies used to pay premium. So by the time you're paying that premium, this insurance company already knows they're making a profit because they're predicted to the accurate level that there'll not be a calamity where the sea is. So they give you a premium, of course, knowing that already they're going to make money. Yeah, but they sold it. So there are two lessons here. So first, you are using AI to enhance your decision making. How did the weather company get to that point? It's a traditional media company, right? Such as where we are seated today. But through this continuous assimilation of information, churning out, collecting, passing out, are we storing that data? Another host will come in after me. That is information that's passed. Are we collecting that information? Are we putting it in a format that can be utilized? So the weather company just decided, let's start accumulating this. Then they came in and put in a second layer. So you needed servers to store that information. So they will partner with the server companies, huge storages for the data for every day. They will store it. And then they needed now mathematicians and the algorithmists to come and start training. So there's something called training. Training is testing data using real contexts. Real context. So you say tomorrow it will rain. Then you start testing. Yeah. So it's done it's a very painful process, and it takes a lot of time. Yeah. A lot of examples. Even there's a movie on Netflix and YouTube. You can watch it. The Imitation Game. Actually, the founder of AI, is the British guy who broke the Morse code for the Germans communicating. A process that took almost a couple of years, but eventually he got it right. Yeah. So the weather is again used to tune, and then you tune that model to be able to predict the accurate outcome. Then after that, you monetize it. So what were they doing? So they have huge amounts of data they've collected over like 50 years. They approached even NASA. They got images from NASA satellites, used it to correlate. You can even have different correlations. Yeah, if this happens, then this will mean this. The same way, like what we had a discussion about the medicine and the guy, what was it called? The guy who are predicting rain, what they'll do. So after that, now you package it into a product that people can buy. But who do you sell to? So weather accounts for almost all events from retail. You see when it starts raining, guys will start selling gumboots. Where do those gumboots come from? They're just hanging somewhere, waiting, and umbrellas for it to start raining. When it starts raining, the price of matatu goes up immediately. When it starts raining, there's the algorithms for Uber now will push the price up and Bolt. Yeah, it's almost like immediate. So you need to understand the role of weather in
all these things.
So that's where the market for this. So there are many people who are starting to go and buy, and the more accurate, the better. And you can just see, even from the current context of El Nino, why were we not able to buy that data so that we can have more accurate predictions instead of creating an emergency fund.
Yeah.
That money could have been used in other areas.
Ways.
Yeah.
I mean, typically it's clear how some of these things definitely have a bearing on then how we live. You know, I mean, just looking at the retail sector, how that's affected directly by something, and the information then is spread. A lot of people today are anxious about this whole technological spin that the world has taken. AI comes and, oh my goodness, blockchain, oh my God, we're talking about digital currency, all these things happening at the same time. The anxiety comes from a lack of understanding about all of this. And then comes the question that, is it possible to exist in this world today without dabbling in these technological advances that have taken place? Is it possible to exist in the spaces that we are in today and not touching on those?
Okay, because it depends. Unless you like to exist in a vacuum, because if you look at the sphere of interactions for any human, it's inevitable you have to interact with an AI, somewhat, either through the food coming to your table, who planted that food, where was it sourced, how was it processed, how did it reach the supermarket where you bought it from, to the news that you're consuming. There are actually algorithms determining who's watching this content that we are talking about here. If you go to your Facebook, the people will see it first on their feed. The people will see it later in the week based on what they've been searching for. Yeah, so you find that it's about what you call the digital breadcrumbs. As we continue consuming the information that's digitized, there's a certain trail we are leaving behind. We call that cookies that's being collected. And it's building profiles of who we are. And that same effect is being fed back to us through what we call nudge. Yeah, so there's an area of behavioral economics called nudge, which now is somewhat manipulated again to feed back to us. Like, we're able to create what we call a digital twin. So you have a digital twin existing of you. Yeah, like Facebook can predict 5,000 things you'll do. If you're an American, they'll predict which party you'll vote for. If you're a football fan, which football club you'll be a fan of.
Right.
Is that why when you go to certain sites, you suddenly find things you had never thought appearing? Meaning this AI thingamajig in your computer has figured you like looking at these things, so it presents it to you.
Yes.
Or if you're on Amazon and you buy things on Amazon, you suddenly find you're being offered things you had never wanted to buy, and they're telling you that's what they do.
Yes.
Okay. Can AI predict itself? What do I mean by this? Is it possible? Because everything that AI is doing has an outcome, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay? Now, these outcomes will have outcomes. Is there a point at which it's 99 point, it's never 100?
Yes.
When that one thing that is absent to make it 100 occurs, can it predict that? And if that happens, then what happens?
Yeah, so fortunately, it's going to be regulated by administered by the scientists themselves. Yeah, so there are iterations in those predictions, where you are able to self-regulate. So there are those AIs that you'll have to give conditions that you reach this level, then you stop.
Remember, the moment you bring in scientists, you bring in the human element, whose limitations are known.
Yeah.
Okay? Because if the humans could do what AI could do, we would not need AI. We'd be doing it ourselves. So again, let me ask the question. When we get to that point, because the accuracy is absolutely true and we rely on it,
Yes.
the time when it isn't accurate, because the time will come.
Yeah.
Then what?
Then there'll be a crisis.
That is precisely what I wanted you to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll have moved to AI plus.
And it will be cataclysmic.
Yeah.
You see, everything about AI rests on the reliability of the data it churns out. Okay? Now, the moment it isn't reliable, then what is it? Is it still AI?
I mean,
what would make it unreliable? The data.
It will be unreliable. It's only the societal application of it that will now make it what was the word again?
Cataclysmic.
Cataclysmic, yeah. So, I mean, you've heard about the Senate regulations coming out of the Trump election and the involvement of the AI in creating the swing of those elections. Yeah. So that's an instance where AI can be manipulated to a level where it's having those effects. Brexit as well. Yeah.
So then we're essentially saying that by virtue of the fact that this is all of this having been put together by man, also then renders itself susceptible to then also being bastardized by man. That's what we are saying. That you can muck around with it by virtue of the fact that human beings created it. The danger that lies here is that somebody can then manipulate it then for an untoward activity.
And not just manipulate, they'll manipulate up to a point where it cannot be controlled further. It can spiral out of control. And those are some of the cases that are being studied right now on some countries. Like ChatGPT is one such generative AI tool that can spiral out of control, and it learns to do things that are undoable and unthinkable.
You see
So what safeguards would there be?
Yeah. So that's the regulatory landscape is the safeguard to define the laws under which and the applications under which AI can be used. Yeah.
So we're basically telling humans, you can do this and the other.
Under the law.
Under the law.
Exactly. Yeah.
But now this one, unlike atomic science, where you can say you can develop an atomic bomb, but you cannot develop an atomic bomb.
Yeah.
You see, that one is a physical activity and can be monitored. This thing of AI, how are you going to be able to enforce those regulations?
And it's actually quite enforceable. It's quite enforceable to the extent that only that it will stifle now the innovation that created it. But one of the key things is to, like for example, to look at the data that you're collecting. So some data which it could be a bit sensitive, and then of course audit the process for developing those models. So those models are usually scientific models, and they're actually tested in a lab and documented, and you can see the process where iteration, where how the model is learning. And then more importantly, number 3 is what we call the annotation. So this annotation is the human input in the interpretation of the results. So, for example, we still have a problem understanding the facial algorithm for a black person. If Amazon tried to launch an AI that could predict faces, but it had a challenge predicting blacks, and when they gave it to the police enforcers in the US, so it was actually predicting most black faces as criminals. So they had to pull it out, take it back for training. So so that training is a manual process.
So you're talking about an AI that is racially inclined.
Well, isn't that because of the original information that was put in? Because it has all come from a place of bias, and we can't take that away. Again, having been created by a human being.
Yes.
So in order to then get the results that you look for, you have to go back to the original and say, look, and rewrite it from the beginning. And is this not? Would you see this then as a danger? Because some of the things that we're saying that you can then now predict, you can predict certain things, but it is all based on a human being's information that they've put in the first place. And it's susceptible to subjectivity by virtue of the fact that it is a human being. Is it?
Yeah, it is a danger, but also an opportunity for example, labs such as ourselves. That's why we we are domiciled in Africa and to provide solutions for Africans. And we understanding those processes will mean that we're not waiting for someone to come and give us a software developed elsewhere, maybe in China or the US or the UK, to come and use. But we would like to have capacity to develop our own, with our own capabilities, with our own AI, to understand our what we call, remember Michael Joseph saying, the peculiarity.
And what does
of
that
our
take?
Behaviors.
Because immediately we hear that, we say it's going to take, hundreds of millions of dollars to be able to then create. What does that take to say that we then, who know certain things in terms of operation, want to then be able to test and then have technology then that goes along with what we know? How do we, what stops us from doing that?
Yes. So the resources required first is intellectual capacity, which we have plenty, especially in Kenya. We have plenty of professionals and scientific, and maybe this is something for another discussion for another day, but technology in Kenya is quite evolved. So like from the experience that we've had when we always reference a lot, we do a lot of work out of Kenya than in Kenya itself, because we always looked up to by other countries. The other area would be to look at the resource mobilization. A lot of these things are experimental, but you have, unless a government is willing to push in funds, unless we have a university that's willing to allocate research, or corporate such as yourself saying we want to burn 50 million shillings just to experiment, the research in this area, we are continuing to rely on the West. That's why you find Microsoft has a garage here, they're doing experiment. AWS has a garage here, they're doing innovation. So when those funds come, they come with conditions. So they take, and even WorldCoin itself was one of such AI learning. They were collecting our data to feed into that AI to learn what we call genomics of our constitution of our physical attributes, to train that model. So unless we are conscious about what they're doing and then develop our own capacity, that funding, we'll go a long way too.
Let's talk about locally and data protection. All right. So all this data science is about collecting data and then using and analyzing that data. And you're collecting data from very many points. And the end result, like you said, is something that's a conglomeration of various inputs of data. Now, do our data laws, our data protection laws currently actually safeguard, against misuse of data?
Yes.
Or wrongful application of data?
So I think luckily we were quite on time to come up with those laws right at the back end of the global scene evolving. So key milestones that happened around it were the Brexit, and then we had the US elections, and then out of that we had a lot of buzz around data protection. But then this driven by social media adoption, then innovation. So the laws that we have currently have been calibrated. They've been calibrated on the best of the laws, which have taken a lot of years to research on, experiment, and first run through. So we borrowed a lot from those laws, and then because we're existing in a big global village, a lot of those laws still affect us. So what really matters now is the enforcement of those laws. Enforcement now brings in a lot of interpretations. So for example, just about a few weeks back, you saw the photo of the restaurants and trending, and people, the data office of the data protection penalizing, and there were different interpretations on it. So that's going to be a learning curve. We're going to learn a lot in how to interpret such occurrences and evangelizing about the right use of it. But for me, it's about having a law that's evolving. There are things that we know that we don't know. So those are things that worry me a lot, because the law, there's something, the law, we don't regulate then innovate. We first innovate, and then now after the innovation happens, we come and regulate that innovation. So that's gray space. And then it's another business opportunity, because there are entities that are now reading the law and exploiting gaps in that law to create innovations.
Which is all part of creativity and innovation. Anyway, thank you very much, Tim, for joining us. Timothy Oriedo is a data scientist, founder and CEO of Predictive Analytics Lab. We have been talking about the place of data in decision-making, data versus the norm. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. It's now 8 a.m.
spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Dennis Aseto. Thousands of residents of Njeri, Choka and Mihango areas in Nairobi are a distressed lot following a judgment by the Environment and Land Court ordering them out of close to 1,000 acres of land owned by the late politician Gershon Kirima, who passed on in December 2010. In a judgment delivered by Justice S. Okoh, those occupying over 970 acres of land have up to end of December 31st to vacate or be evicted from the property by Kirima estate administrators. The judgment was a culmination of a long protracted court battle between the administrators and residents, who some acquired the property through self-help groups. The judgment delivered Monday consolidated all 6 cases that had been filed in relation to the ownership of the parcels of land. The court declared the late Gershon Kirima as the registered owner of the parcels of land. NCI Governor James Orengo has appealed to the national government to ensure they release all funds for devolved functions to counties as per the constitution. Orengo pointed out the health sector as particularly where counties are struggling to fund the important sector, but no funds are trickling down. Speaking in Kisumu during the launch of a capacity strengthening of mission hospitals in Kisumu and Siaya counties, he said since the 10 years of devolution, many counties have had to do without proper cash flow, in turn hurting the delivery of medical services to Wananchi. Police in Meru have arrested 10 suspects following the surge in break-ins of bars in the county, as well as surrounding Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Laikipia and Kirinyaga counties by a suspected criminal gang. Detectives said Boniface Mutuiri, Patrick Mwanda, David Mwaki, Gideon Gitobu and others were arrested in a sting operation augmented by the local law enforcement officers in Meru. In one of the raids and searches at a bar in the region, whose owner Godfrey Muriuki is believed to be the mastermind behind the break-ins and the custodian of the stolen goods, assorted alcoholic drinks, keg pumps and keg cylinders, among other items, were recovered. The United States has issued a business advisory for Uganda, saying that businesses faced potential risks in the African country, citing an anti-LGBTQ law condemned by many countries and the United Nations. The advisory was issued by the U.S. Department of State, Labor, Health and Human Services and Commerce and the U.S. Agency for International Development. Uganda's anti-LGBTQ law, considered one of the harshest in the world, was enacted in May and carries the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality, an offense that includes transmitting HIV through gay sex. It drew condemnation from Western governments, including Washington, and put in jeopardy some of the billions of dollars in foreign aid the country received each year. Israel has confirmed the 2 elderly women, Nurit Cooper and Yoshved Lifstid, have been released by Hamas, but their husbands are still being held. Lifstid's daughter says she remains focused on securing the release of her father and the other hostages who remain in Gaza. It brings the total number of hostages released by Hamas to 4. 2 American-Israeli mother and daughter, Judith and Natalie Wan, were released Friday. In its latest estimate, Israel says that more than 200 hostages are being held by Hamas after its surprise attack on Israel on 7th of October. And Russian President Vladimir Putin has called for unhindered access for humanitarian aid to enter Gaza in a telephone call with his Brazilian counterpart Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. This is according to the Kremlin. According to a readout of the call from the Kremlin, the 2 leaders expressed serious concern about the growing number of civilian casualties and stressed the fundamental importance of an early ceasefire, the evacuation of foreign citizens from the Gaza Strip, and of ensuring unhindered access of the enclave for humanitarian aid. The United States says Gaza needs about 108 trucks a day to meet the needs of its 2.4 million people, nearly half of whom have been displaced by Israel's bombardment in response to Hamas attack on October 7th. And UK leader Rishi Sunak has announced that Britain was sending an additional 20 million euros, that is approximately $24 million of aid to help civilians in Gaza affected by the war between Israel and Hamas. The announcement brings the amount pledged to Palestinian territories by Britain since Hamas' attack on Israel earlier this month to £30 million after £10 million was made available last week. Hamas militants stormed into Israel from the Gaza Strip on October 7th and killed at least 1,400 people, mostly civilians, who were shot, mutilated or burned to death on the first day of the raid. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock and still very busy. Most parts of the city inbound. The city is what will probably be busier than anything else. On the Thika Superhighway, traffic coming then in through from that outer ring junction. Heavy. And then this is Ngong Road, and it's also pretty busy as we're trying to get through into the CBD and looking at Naivasha Road, getting out towards Gitanga, and then touching a little bit on James Gishuru, spilling over to Wayaki Way. Peponi, Lower Kabete, all of that, still very busy. Parklands, and everybody trying to touch on Limuru Road. Chiromo is also quite busy right about now, and I think everybody's getting out at this point. Kiambu Road, manageable, but we'll probably see a build-up of that as we go along. And looked at the Southern Bypass, looks all right. Some traffic coming in from the Outer Ring Junction heading outbound. Keeping an eye on things, and Tuesday seems to be moving regardless. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X. Keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
How are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room, Tuesday, the 24th day of October 2023. The second day of the show Zari on Maisha Magic Plus. It premiered last night on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 3. Zari will be showing at 8:30 p.m. every weekday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. In addition to the other shows, including the one that premiered 2 weeks ago, Kasiri, 7:30 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Very good shows.
Indeed.
If you'd like to catch up with them, you can just dial *423# or go to your app, Google Store or Play Store, download my DSTV or my GoTV app, and you will be able to get or stay connected. They always say, terms and conditions apply.
Yes, they do.
Uh-huh.
What are the terms? What are the conditions for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon that takes place on Sunday? The conditions are: get on to www.nairobimarathon.com, register with the 2,000 shillings, and then get ready to run. If you're running this week, it's what you will participate in called the virtual run before the physical run takes place next week. But you have an opportunity to participate in that this week before next week rolls round. It's the 20th edition, so it's a special one. And the Future Makers program is a great beneficiary of this, whereby young people, especially girls, and those with disability get the chance to earn, learn, and grow.
Indeed. Today is Tuesday. It's the 24th. Next week, Tuesday, will be the 31st. And that's the day that King Charles III and Queen Camilla will be coming into the country. They'll be here until Friday, the 3rd of November. Now, to talk about that conversation about what their majesties are coming to do, what we expect from that royal visit, we're joined by the British High Commissioner to Kenya, Neil Wigan, in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you. It's my first interview on Kenyan radio, so I'm looking forward to it.
From Kenya to the world.
Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
We'll talk about very many things, of course, including the relationship between Kenya and the UK over the very many years. But to welcome you to the conversation about the visit by King Charles III, Charles I has the day's proverb. And the proverbs this week are from Zanzibar.
Thank you, Eric.
First of your name.
Well, it is always wonderful, Your Excellency, when your subjects address you. As gracefully as he has. Heri kujikwa kidole kuliko ulimi.
Heri kujikwa kidole
Yes.
kuliko ulimi.
Yes.
Translate that to English, Neil.
You're beating my Swahili by a long way. I've only been here a couple of months. Give me a bit of time.
Okay. She's been here a couple of years. She can do that for you.
So the long and short of it is better to...
It's not long and short. Just translate
Look,
it.
don't pressure me this way.
It's just direct translation. You've done very well.
Better to stumble on your toes than stumble with your tongue.
Good. On a scale of 1 to 10, you're at 11.
Voila.
Yes.
It's good advice for a diplomat.
Better to stumble on your toes than to stumble with your tongue. What's your direct interpretation of it? Or what do you think this proverb is saying?
So that you can make physical mistakes, that's fine, but what you say really matters and has an impact, and that's important. And really, as a diplomat, that's what I get paid to do, is to make sure that I say the right thing.
Is that what they trained you?
They tried
First
to.
lesson, first day of diplomat school. Heri kujikwa.
We should have it as the crest of the diplomatic academy, I think, the new motto.
Yeah, yesterday when we were expecting you to be here yesterday, unfortunately you couldn't make it because you had another engagement. But here you are. When you talked about it, CT said, his name is Wigan. There's a football club called Wigan Athletic. Maybe this is the owner of the club. And we said we're going to ask him.
There is a rugby club.
There's also a rugby club.
So sadly, the football club is not doing well at the moment. The rugby club is doing better. And there's the book by George Orwell, so you can refer to that.
All right. And all of them three are you.
I'm named after the town. The town's not named after me.
Therefore, there's even a town.
There's even a town. Karibu sana to Kenya. You've been here a couple of months now, having been posted into this country. How do you find it so far?
So far, so good. So Kenya's not new to me. I was ambassador to Somalia about 10 years ago, so my family lived in Nairobi. So Nairobi was always where I came for a break from Somalia. So my children, really their first memories of Kenya. They loved growing up here. My wife had a great time here. So we're really delighted to be back. But it's very different to live and work in a country than to come as a visitor. So I'm trying to get out a bit and get out of Nairobi and see a bit as much of Kenya as I can.
So 10 years ago, you were in Somalia as the representative of the UK government. From there, where did you go?
So after Somalia, I went to be the Africa director in London. So I was covering the whole of Africa from London. And in fact, Kenya was the country that I came to most doing that job because of what an important partner it is for us. And then after that, I was the ambassador to Israel for 4 years.
Hey. They send you to all these places.
They send me to, and I was in Congo before, so I get a good mix of countries. I won't tell you which is the reward and which is the...
No, it'll come out through the course of this conversation. So let's get straight into it. The announcement that the King Charles III and Queen Camilla will be coming into the country next week, and this is going to be the first visit to a Commonwealth country. Why is it important?
So it's a big deal. It's, as you say, it's their first visit to a Commonwealth country. It's their first visit to any country outside Europe as king. And so the fact that they chose Kenya is a big deal. There's a very close family relationship with Kenya. As you know, the King's mother became Queen in Kenya in 1952. The King has visited Kenya 4 times as the Prince of Wales. His son got engaged to his wife here, so there's a very strong family connection. But also the relationship between the two countries is extremely strong, and as with President Ruto yesterday, and we were discussing that strength, and we see Kenya as a key partner for everything that we're trying to do, from the environment and climate change to tackling counter-terrorism, and we want to use the visit to show that cooperation.
There's a lot that has changed in Kenya since 1952, obviously, and one can say maybe that's one of the events that really, could suggest that the two countries cemented somehow. A lot has changed between that time and today. What are some things that you would say then would be hoped to realize through this visit that will happen?
So I think that point of change is really important. So we have a really long and deep history, but we really want to talk about where the relationship is now and what we want to do together in the future. So the themes that we've picked for the visit are around youth, they're around innovation, and it's around the environment. And those are all big forward-looking themes. And it's to show how we, so for example, we're taking the King to see Kenyan technology companies, because there's some really amazing innovation, whether it's in climate change or financial technology and so on, which shows how much Kenya has to offer the world. And then when it comes to climate change itself, we had the Africa Climate Summit here in Nairobi a few weeks ago. So we're looking at everything from that global scale, but also how you get communities involved in conservation at the local level, including at the coast. And that's something that the King, who's been passionate about climate change and environment for decades, he really wants to see some of the lessons that we can learn from Kenya.
Something that I've always found not perplexing, intriguing. What exactly does a king do? I mean, I know what a president does. I have an idea what a prime minister does or doesn't do. But in a country where you have a prime minister, you have a parliament, then you have a king, what does the king do?
So he's the ceremonial head of state. So he doesn't make policy. As you say, the prime minister and the government, they do that. The parliament makes all the laws. But the king sort of represents the British people. And so the fact that he's coming to Kenya is a symbol of the connection that we want to have between the British people and the Kenyan people. He's the symbol of the state. And of course, you know, in Britain, we have a huge amount of affection and respect for the monarchy. And you saw that when the late Queen died and then at the coronation of the King, just this huge popular enthusiasm, not only in Britain, but really across the whole world, and that respect for the royal family. So they mean something, they sum up the nation at home and around the world.
Explain that a little bit more, because all your neighbors, whether it's France, Germany, they had kings or something of that sort at some point or the other. Some even had an emperor. But somehow, not only did they diminish, one doesn't even talk about them. What is it about the British people and this holding on to this monarchy?
So I think it's partly continuity. I mean, really, this is the same royal family which has gone through revolutions, it's gone through changes, but for 800 or 900 years. So they've always been there. So whether it's through the difficult times in the Second World War, where they really helped maintain the morale of the nation, through all the changes that we've been through the last 80 years, the royal family has always been there as a sort of a constant, solid symbol. And then around the world, there's something about sort of saying the King of Great Britain that has a magic and an impact which nobody else really, presidents don't do. There's something about a king which makes people feel this is something really special and important.
You're right.
It's a good question. I mean, I honestly don't know the answer, but it's there. There's something different and special about a king.
You see, why I find it intriguing is that there are nations that form part of what we call the Commonwealth. And some of them are essentially independent states, but the Queen, the King, still the sovereign leader of those nations. Now, it's the intriguing part of all this. And yet, in everything else, they're fairly independent. But they still acknowledge the King now as the sovereign.
So not all members of the Commonwealth do have the king as a sovereign. So Kenya being a really good example, Kenya is a full republic, but is still a member of the Commonwealth, and we really want to celebrate that link to the Commonwealth during the visit. But yes, there are some other countries which still have the king as the formal head of state. I'd say again, it's a very ceremonial position, and it's the decision of those countries. They've decided that for whatever reason, this is something that they like to have in a way. Again, because of this this magic dust somehow that the British royal family has.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are clouds that still linger from colonialism, right? And the visit by the king and the queen coming to Kenya would spur some of those conversations to come into the limelight. And the things that happened in Kenya as a result of colonialism, still some very fresh wounds, some scars today. Would those things come out in conversation today when in relation to a visit by the monarchy to a former colony and how that plays out in a relationship today? Do those things come out in conversation? People are more aware of what happened during those times, and people are having conversations about them, real conversations about them today, and talk about injustices and talk about reparations that should be made or at least considered. Do those things come out, and are they well front and center for the monarchy as well?
Yes, so we will definitely address and acknowledge those issues during the visit. As I said, we'll be focused on celebrating the present and talking about what we do together in the future. But we think it's really important that we address openly what happened in the past. And because the relationship is so strong, we think we can do that clearly and openly. And this is something that the king has a very strong personal interest in. In his other trips, when he was as Prince of Wales, he's spoken very openly about issues like slavery and the terrible crime that was. In Kenya, we have expressed deep regret for what happened during the emergency period and the treatment of Mau Mau in particular, and we made an out-of-court settlement to some of those people. And while I've been here, I've made an effort myself to go and visit communities and individuals and families who were affected by that period to make sure that I understand that better myself. And I've been hugely impressed. People talk very openly about what happened in the colonial period, whether that was right at the beginning or during the Mau Mau period as well. But a lot of them are also very focused on the future, but they appreciate the fact that I come and talk to them about that openly and that I show an interest in learning. And I think the king will come very much in that spirit as well.
The British government has, like you've said, previously acknowledged and expressed deep regret over what happened. Deep regret is not an apology.
No, so we choose the language carefully. We expressed deep regret. We said it in Parliament, so we said it in the most public way. We've engaged very closely with the Mau Mau veterans who were affected, and we not only paid compensation individually, but also we helped arrange for the monument, which now sits in Uhuru Park. So we've been very open about those difficult bits of our history.
Why fall short of making an apology?
So we haven't made an apology really in any context. It's an extremely difficult thing to do. So what we think we want to do is we want to acknowledge the difficult bits of history. We want to talk about them openly, both to the countries which were affected, but also, as I say, to the individuals and communities.
What's difficult about making an apology?
So an apology starts to take you into difficult legal territory. And so, as I say, the settlement that we made was an out-of-court settlement, so it showed our sincerity and our desire and our openness about recognising that abuses had been committed. But that was the route that we chose and was accepted by the Mau Mau Veterans Association.
Okay. So during the visit here, their Majesties will, from the statement that was made by the High Commission, they'll acknowledge the more painful aspects of the UK and Kenya shared history, including the emergency period, 1952 to 1960. His Majesty will take time during the visit to deepen his understanding of the wrongs suffered in this period by the people of Kenya. Together, their Majesties will tour the new museum dedicated to Kenya's history and lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown warrior at Uhuru Gardens, as well as visit the site of the declaration of Kenya's independence in 1963. The words here, to deepen his understanding of the wrongs suffered in this period. What does that mean?
So firstly, he will go to the museum, and that's where Kenya tells its own history about what happened in that period, and he'll see how it's told, but also he'll meet Kenyans who are learning about their history, school children. So he'll understand both what happened, but also how it's taught to Kenyans and how Kenyans perceive it today. The symbolism of him going to the place where the Kenyan flag was raised for the first time, and his father was present at that very important ceremony, again shows us sort of engaging very clearly and positively with that history. And there may be opportunities as well for him to meet people who can talk about how their communities were affected, or how their families were affected, or how they themselves were personally affected during the British period. And as I say, His Majesty has a very deep and sincere desire to understand these things better.
And then what? Then what after understanding? So that he is going to have a deep understanding of what happened. What do you expect him to do after that?
So part of this goes back to what we were talking to CT about. So he's not the head of state. He doesn't make policy. I think he will talk about this openly, and we hope the fact that him talking about these issues openly will, for those communities and for normal Kenyans, will be an important symbolic moment. But then it's a decision for the British government to say, as we engage with a particular community or a particular group and we hear what their requests are, whether there is something that we can do to help. In many cases, their requests are actually more for the Kenyan government than they are for the British government, but we'll see if there are things that we can do.
These are definitely choppy diplomatic waters, because history, unfortunately, as it is taught, may not necessarily represent the truth to many people. It's just history. Now, the history of Kenya and the British, if I'm to come to the present, again, an intriguing and unique occurrence. When you have a relationship that began with colonization and then now ends up with partnerships, what does it say about the two peoples of these countries? Is it that they're able to forget the past, or that they're able to bridge the differences that they have, or they're able to stare the truth of their histories clearly in the face and say, folks, the best way forward ought to be this? And if so, are you suggesting that this visit by His Majesty is one such symbol?
Yes, so I'm a historian by background, so this is my pet subject, and I could talk about it for far too long.
You're in good company.
I do think the present of the relationship between Britain and Kenya is hugely affected by the history, and it's really important that we understand that. But as I said before, I think we're now at a stage where the relationship is good, so we can talk very openly about some of these very difficult and painful issues. We do think that the partnership is much more about future-leading issues. So as I said, we're going to be talking about technology, we're going to be talking about innovation, we're going to be introducing the King to Kenyan fashion designers and artists and so on. So he really sees what that future is, and that's what we think we should be focused on. But we absolutely understand that we need to understand the history, and we hope that the symbolism of the King, the symbol of the British people, talking about these issues and going to particular places, we hope that will mean a lot to Kenyans.
Now, symbolism often represents reality, because it's like someone showing you a 3D picture. Instead of you imagining it, you're told, have a look and see. But moving forward, maybe this isn't quite your domain, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
That's a dangerous position.
No, it's nothing horrific. I'm thinking of the relationship that Kenya has had with Britain over the years, and I'm looking at how it is. Many Kenyans, the fact that we're speaking this language, identify with what it is that is predominantly British. Now, moving forward, do you think that it is the business and the interest of the government of the day in Britain to actually understand what it is that what we call the common person in this country considers to be in their interest?
Yes.
Not what the politicians tell them.
So, yes, absolutely. But then I would say, the average Kenyan, I think, is 19 years old. So for them, a lot of what happened in history very much is history. And when I talk to younger Kenyans, they're interested in, can they study in the UK? Can they work in the UK? Can they get a job working for a British company? So they're very much focused on the future and what can we do together. And that's very much what we want to do and what we want to focus on. And I think the fact that the King is going to come and he is going to be talking about these issues. He's going to look at Kenyan fashion designers. He's going to see the successes that Kenya has. And I think that will symbolise how much the relationship has changed from when his mother became queen, when Kenya was still part of the British Empire, when his father came with Jomo Kenyatta to celebrate Kenya's independence. But now we're in a world where we're working together, for example, on training Kenyan Marines who are being trained by the British Royal Marines, and the King was himself did the British Royal Marine training course, and we're working with them so that we can face common threats like terrorism together. And I think that will really symbolise how much the relationship has changed.
Let's take a break and then we continue the conversation shortly. We are hosting Neil Wigan. He is the British High Commissioner to Kenya. He's here as we talk about the planned visit by King Charles III and Queen Camilla next week on Tuesday the 31st. They'll be in the country until the 3rd of November. That's Friday. What's expected after this trip? What is the itinerary? I'm going to read some of what the King and Queen are going to be doing. Their Majesties will be greeted in Nairobi with a ceremonial welcome at State House, and they'll each attend bilateral meetings. The King with the President and the Queen with the First Lady, and then the President will host a state banquet at State House. Then His Majesty will visit the United Nations office in Nairobi. He'll attend a technology showcase, meeting Kenyan entrepreneurs. He'll host a reception focused on Kenya's young people. Their Majesties will visit a Commonwealth War Graves Commission cemetery and very many other things that they'll be doing. That's what we're discussing with the High Commissioner. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's the land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
18 degrees, sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 25 in a sunny Nakuru. It's 18 and sunny in Nyeri, and 15 and sunny in Eldoret. 26 and sunny in Mombasa, and 28 and sunny in Malindi. It's 23 and sunny in Kisumu, 21 sunny conditions through Kakamega. At 21, Kampala is sunny this morning, and we'll see cloudy conditions in Dar es Salaam at 27, sunny at 19 in Johannesburg, and 26 and partly cloudy in Lagos, with cloudy conditions in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
Busy Tuesday morning. Some traffic still on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. And James Gishoro also continues to be busy over the drift and then touching on Wayaki Way. We'll see most of the busyness coming in from Limuru Road, Kitisuru, the United Nations Avenue, coming in from Gashie. Busy this morning, trying and get through to the city. So let's keep an eye on that. Not too crazy, but all to contend with. SpiceFM KE on X. Let's talk there as we keep things moving this morning.
Spice and everything nice. All right.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues with British High Commissioner to Kenya, Neil Wigan. He's here in the studio. We're talking about the planned visit by the King and Queen next week. We're also talking about Kenya-UK relations. Kenya and Britain have actually had long-standing relations. We have a signed pact on defense cooperation. We have a trade pact. We've had conversations about Kenya and UK cooperating in matters of education. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta and former Prime Minister of Britain discussing on education matters. The UK opening up gates for Kenyan nurses to go and work and live in Britain, and so on and so forth. We'll be talking about these positives shortly, but I've got to go back into one question. We have a State Department for culture in this country. And one of the mandates of this State Department is to preserve our culture and look at where our culture has been previously desecrated and try and see, okay, so there are some artifacts that belong to Kenyan communities that are not in Kenya. Some of them are in Britain. Plans on returning our artifacts?
So this is one of the things that I'm trying to learn and understand better. I know from other countries that the whole issue around artifacts is incredibly complicated, and including who owns them, what exactly the history is. So it's very much a case-by-case issue, and we have to look through it. But yes, I've heard some very clear families and communities saying these are important artifacts, these are things that are really important to us, and we, in some cases we know, in other cases we think that they are somewhere in Britain and we'd like to see them returned. So this is one of the issues that while I'm High Commissioner, I really want to look into and understand and see if there's things that I can do, the things that should not belong in Britain should come back to Kenya.
You know, there are some fairly big shoes that you've stepped into.
I know.
One of the shoes that you've stepped into is of a gentleman by the name of Sir Edward Clay.
Indeed.
Now, he was ambassador, High Commission to this country at a time when Kenya was going through some things which are not very dissimilar to what we're going now. Now, what we know him best for are the things he said, or some would say things he shouldn't have said. Now, whether it was his own person leaning or whether it was in tandem with the policy of Great Britain at that time, well, one can only guess. Or someone like you can tell us. Now, here you are. Given the relationship we've had as countries, and given some of the issues that many Kenyans hold dear to their hearts, are you of the persuasion that perhaps you could step into those shoes and, in your own way, in your own time, and in your own manner,
So
I not vomit on the shoes.
Yes. The famous. So I asked him whether he ever regretted that statement, and he says no. He still remains proud of it. He said the reaction that he got from most Kenyans to it, even though some people hated him for it, but he felt that he stood up and did the right thing. And so for me as a diplomat, that's something I always have in mind: is when you're in that position and you say something which some people will really hate you for, but you feel it's the right thing to do, then do you do it? On the other hand, a lot of diplomacy is working behind the scenes and is building relationships and so on. So we always have this balance between what we say publicly when we feel there's no alternative, or do we think that we get the results that we're trying to get better by working behind the scenes with relationships? And that's the job that I have. I've had some very difficult situations. So I worked in, for example, when I was ambassador in Congo, I worked on the elections there, and I was quite a prominent figure and was accused of taking sides and so on. So I've lived that life. In Somalia, I had to take some big decisions. So I'll see what happens in Kenya and whether I'm put into that position. Clearly, we don't want to interfere in Kenyan internal politics. That's something we would never do. We never take sides, even though people will always accuse us of doing that. But we do want to see what we can do to help the democratic process in Kenya.
There was an institution of government that happened in Kenya as a result of colonialism, which until today, many would argue that Kenya still continues to try and find its space in governance. But there's a lot of things that many could argue were imposed on Kenya's people as a result of the colonialism that happened, and are still dealing with those issues today, to try and shred off some of those things and to find its space in governance, to find its space in geopolitics, to find its own space. But I cannot do that because of these institutions that were put in place many, many years ago.
So this is something I've thought about a lot in other contexts. And I mean, to be honest, I disagree with. I think if you look at how much Kenya has changed its own institutions, so the way you started with a prime minister, for example, now you have a president and a full executive president. The way you've devolved government through the 2010 constitution to the counties shows that you started with a set of institutions, but those institutions have really changed and evolved for what Kenyans want and for the reality that you face. So I think it's sort of taking away Kenya's independence and agency to say somehow you were given these institutions and you've had no choice but to change them. I think Kenya's kept what it felt is good and works for Kenya, but where it said, no, we need something different because of our situation or because of what our people want, I think Kenya has done that. And you've had 60 years of independence now, and I think you've made a lot of those changes.
Okay. With the visit that's taking place today, in a few days, do you think that there's regret? Okay, you've talked about regret. Do you think then that there would be a forward-thinking kind of approach to when it came and said, look, this is where we were before, this is where Kenya is today, and, can we move on? I mean, a lot of people say, well, let's move on and let's just get on to a relationship where we'll be able to speak one sovereign state to another. Do you think that relationship can really take place and flourish in that manner?
So I think we're largely there already. As I say, when I go talk to President Ruto or talk to cabinet secretaries, we're talking about what's Kenya doing in the region, how can we help Kenya's peace-building efforts, how can we fight against al-Shabaab together, how can we help with Kenya's amazing transition to renewable energy, and how can British firms and British expertise play a part. You talked about the Kenyan nurses who are coming to the UK, so how can those Kenyan nurses who don't have jobs in Kenya, but we have skills shortages in the UK, so how can we use those skills? So I think we're very much focused on that. But as we were talking about before, we think it's really important to talk openly about history and not to pretend that the bad things didn't happen, not to pretend that these don't still matter to people, that there aren't still issues, but to talk about them openly, but in the context of what, as you said, is a forward-looking relationship.
As equal partners?
Absolutely. We are both sovereign states. We both have one vote in the United Nations General Assembly, and we see in Kenya as a critical partner for us to the things that we'd like to do in the region. So again, you look at Somalia, where I used to be, and I used to go and visit Kenyan troops down in Kismayo who were fighting against al-Shabaab and were playing an absolutely invaluable role. So I come to this with a deep respect for what Kenya can do on the ground.
You served in these countries, okay. You were director for Africa. So you have seen the relationship between Britain and the African countries and African governments. You served in some of these countries. You just talked about your experience in DRC during an election where everybody was looking up at you and saying you have taken sides and accusing you of taking sides. Your immediate predecessor, Jane Marriott, was accused of the same about the last election. Do you feel that these are unfair characterizations of you diplomats in the countries that you're working in?
Yes. I mean, so I know Jane well. She was a close friend, and I know absolutely she had no desire to take sides one way or the other. I've met Raila Odinga. I've talked to him about this. And I also remember that in the past, one of my other predecessors, Christian Turner, he was also accused of taking sides, but in a different direction. So this is, and he would, again, he absolutely says, no, I did not take sides. What I was trying to do was to help the election process. So I think it's something that we accept, will understand, that we accept, that people will think that we are taking sides even when we don't. So it comes back to what we're saying to CT. You have to look at your conscience and say, did I say the right thing at the right time, even if I got criticized for it?
Why do you think people make these assumptions or accusations?
So that's probably a question I should be asking you, and your advice to how that doesn't happen to me. But I think people sort of there's a suspicion, a belief that people, whatever we say, that we are somehow either trying to interfere and that we are taking sides. That's not the case, but I understand that people are distrustful, and that's something we always have to bear in mind when we decide, do you take the Edward Clay comment or not?
Right. Do you think that Great Britain would be accepting, for example, if Kenyan leaders came in at the time of elections or came in at the time of serious decision making and made such comments in Britain or said such
A
things
joint
or behaved
African
in a certain
ambassador
manner,
statement.
would it be expected on the British side that, this is just an observation and we want the best for Great Britain as Kenya? Would there be a quid pro quo in terms of sentiment if the same thing happened?
So I mean, if I'm the High Commissioner in London. I know him well.
Yeah.
If he wants to talk about the election process in Britain, he absolutely can. We wouldn't want him to take sides one way or the other in the same way that we wouldn't here. But yes, it's absolutely the right of diplomats to comment and involve themselves in a helpful way, so long as they're not taking sides. It's a good question.
This issue of taking sides, I am a bit confused by it.
Yeah.
Because it's like people claiming they're neutral. Is it really possible to be neutral? Is it really possible not to take sides? I mean, the moment you confer an opinion, you've taken sides.
So it's like the referee in a football match.
Yes.
Everybody thinks that they're biased, and you almost always think they're biased against your team, but every referee is absolutely convinced that they are fair.
A referee cannot be neutral. He cannot be, because if he was neutral, then he would be of no consequence. The side he takes is a side of what he must do. This is right, this is wrong. These are the rules, and you have to abide by them. Now,
that's the neutral position.
No, that's not neutral. This is the point.
Yeah.
See, the way I understand neutrality,
there's no position.
You're bland. You're just there.
So there's a difference between neutral and being passive. So being neutral is not taking a sides with a bias one way or the other. Passive is doing nothing, and passive, I think, is the wrong thing to do. So if we, again, I'm looking because I haven't been through the election process in Kenya, so I'm still learning. But in DRC, if we thought that somebody was committing fraud or they were committing intimidation, then we would call that out and comment it, whoever did it.
If we're to talk of our elections, fraud is always committed. People bribe in the open. This isn't something that you need to speak of in hushed terms. No. People spend tons and tons of money to get elected, contrary to what our laws even state. So we've had a parliament that has gone and restructured some of these laws so that you can spend as much as you like. Okay? So at what point does it become something that one needs to speak against? What needs to happen? Because we have observer groups, and sometimes I wonder the purpose they serve, because they think that when you look at people voting, that is what it is, and it's peaceful. And we're saying, no, that's not it. The process of actually voting is always peaceful. It's what happens after the vote has been cast that is a problem. Now, when one wants to be neutral, if we go by my definition, it means you need to ask yourself, what is the truth of this matter, and what is it that we must look at? And if we were to speak, because with every electoral cycle that we have in this country, there's always a serious outcry, not necessarily from one person. There's usually an outcry throughout the country. And it has to do with certain activities that are considered nefarious. Yes.
So what's the question?
I wasn't asking a question. I was giving you food for thought.
No, I mean, it is, but again, it's, I thought about these things far too much.
Yes.
There is all about when is it useful for the international community to play a role? When is it more useful for us to work with other institutions? So, for example, in Kenya, the religious organizations, churches, they have played an important role in politics. They speak with an authority. So I spoke to the Anglican Archbishop about the role that the church played. Are there things that we can do with Kenyan institutions? You talked about observer groups. I think they can play an important role. Human rights groups, all these other people, to try to create. He said, no country has a perfect electoral system. There's something wrong. We and others, we keep trying to change our system, but it's trying to get the elections good enough that people feel confident that the overall result reflects the will of the people, even if it's not 100% perfect. But do you need to be 99% perfect? Do you need to be 95% perfect? And I think for us, the international community, it's how can we help Kenya get to that level of where people feel, even if we lost, even if it wasn't perfect, we still feel the result was fair enough.
A former posting of yours was in Israel, obviously, and that is a site for, serious conflicts, humanitarian crisis today, war is happening. What are your thoughts about what's currently going on? What is the position of the country? I mean, what we've heard over, the past couple of weeks, but what are we looking at from your eye?
So from a personal point of view, this is a really horrendous situation. So I have friends on the Israeli side and some of the villages which were overrun. And I know people whose father's been killed, people whose daughter's been killed, who've got friends who were held hostage and so on. So it's a horrendous situation. I've also visited Gaza many times. I have colleagues working in Gaza at the moment, and they're going through an awful situation at the moment. So I think what my government is trying to do is first to bring back the hostages as quickly as possible, including a number of British hostages. Secondly, to get humanitarian aid into Gaza, and we've just announced another £20 million in British aid, and we're going to work to try to get the crossings open as quickly as possible, and to try to protect the civilians who are in Gaza, but also to stop the conflict spreading any further. And we've seen already on the Israel-Lebanon border, tensions go up there, the risk that Hezbollah and other groups get dragged into the conflict, which would be disastrous for everybody. So we want to try to find ways whereby we can stop the conflict spreading and help the civilians on both sides as much as possible. But we're very clear that this conflict was started by Hamas committing awful atrocities against Israeli civilians.
What is the British government's position on this particular matter? We've seen other governments that have come out and said they unconditionally stand with Israel.
So we stand with Israel. We completely support Israel's right to self-defense against terrorist attacks in the way that we supported Kenya when it suffered terrorist attacks in the past. But we expect all of our partners, all of our allies, to respect international humanitarian law in the way that they undertake military operations. And we are deeply concerned for the civilian population of Gaza and how they can be. And Hamas is using them as human shields. It's hiding in the middle of population areas. And I've been to Gaza. I know it's an extremely difficult area for military campaigns. So we hope that Israel will do everything that it can to minimize civilian suffering.
But don't you think that's a big concern to all commentators, really? When those that are supporting Israel express concern and hope that the civilian population in Gaza will not be affected directly by the ongoing war. But then there's not much pressure being applied on Israel to make sure that they observe international law.
So, so to say, we know that the civilian population in Gaza is suffering. That is absolutely clear. And I know this having from my old job, we have very clear conversations with the government of Israel about making sure that it does do what it can to protect civilian populations. As I said, that's extremely difficult to do in Gaza, and we've seen a lot of misinformation going on about what's going on, including the appalling disaster at the hospital in Gaza. So it's really important that people don't leap to judgment about what's happening.
But every passing day, those innocent people who are in Gaza, who cannot leave, either because they're being forced to stay by Hamas or because they are prevented from leaving by Israel, are continuing to suffer.
Absolutely.
Is the international community doing enough for the individual innocent people who are residents of Gaza?
In a way, we're never doing enough because the civilians still are suffering. But one of the fundamental problems is that Hamas continues to hold over 200 hostages, including a number of British nationals. And it's essential that those hostages are given back and are treated fairly.
Not 200. Just from your own words, Ambassador, it sounds like they're holding millions hostage. So because they're preventing civilians from living.
So what Hamas has done has absolutely made life for the civilians in Gaza much worse. And that's why we view Hamas as a terrorist organization.
I know that there is the immediacy of action for people to be released. But also, if we look at the origins of this conflict, of this war, they did not start in 2023. These are deep-seated, these are this is a historic conflict. And those who've come round to either say it is on this side that they are, or this is where the support is being lent, is there. I mean, I know that there have been several occasions where world leaders, different countries have come together to have a conversation and to look for a way out of what has been happening in this region for years. But is it not time that those things started to happen again, whereby we're looking for a solution to the historic issue as opposed to having this kind of, I'm giving my support here, without looking at where, again, the history lies?
So I agree very strongly with all of that. And I served in Israel before in 2002 to 2006, where there was a conflict going on, but also there were live efforts to reach a peace process. And we and others really hoped that we could get to that stage. If I'm honest, the peace process hasn't gone anywhere for a number of years now. I think the leadership on neither side has been able to make the concessions that would lead to a meaningful peace process. You hope that a crisis like this would increase the momentum towards that, and that's what we will certainly try to support, those long-term efforts, so we don't go through this cycle of conflict again. It's really too soon to know whether that can happen this time, particularly when the conflict is as intense as it is.
From what you're saying, it sounds like there are hardliners on both sides. There are hardliners on the Palestinian side, Hamas being one of those, that completely clear hardline. There must be hardliners on the Israeli side.
So certainly Hamas are committed to the complete destruction of the state of Israel. So there is really sort of, while they maintain that position, it's very hard to see how there will be anything other than a spoiler and a negative action. We've absolutely seen that now. Within Israel, there is a majority that is committed to the two-state solution, but as in any country, there are some who are opposed to the two-state solution and don't think it's the right thing to do. You talked and do about this being a very long conflict. It is an incredibly difficult conflict with a lot of history and a lot of feelings on both sides, and very real worries. Israelis have very real worries for how can they come up with a Palestinian state which will protect Israeli security. Palestinians have their right to live in sovereignty and with just and equal rights. And trying to balance all these things is very difficult. The conflict has gone on for so long because it's such a difficult and intractable conflict. And that's why I'd love to say I can see something positive coming out of this, but I know from experience how hard it is to achieve that.
The conflicts such as the one that we see in Israel cannot exist and cannot last for as long as it has without external support for both parties, whether it is Hamas or whether it is Israel. Now, the problem with what we now have is that the very peace that you're hoping would come about, in my mind, is actually becomes even remoter, because those who seek to benefit from such conflict will have their positions entrenched even further, and whatever narrative they have been pursuing will be strengthened even further.
So we absolutely see people who have funded Hamas and other terrorist organizations and driven some of the instability that we see and seek to profit from instability and to exploit that. And certainly when it comes to counter-terrorism, that's always a problem, where you have external groups funding a terrorist group. That makes it far harder to deal with, and that's a truth that we've experienced everywhere. When it comes to responsibility, though, it really is the Palestinians and the Israelis. They need to make peace between themselves, and it's really the international community can play a supportive role, but fundamentally it's the responsibility of those two leaderships to reach an agreement, and we and others can only support that.
As you come to the conclusion, let's come back to the visit by their Majesties next week. Is there going to be a public rally anywhere where people can see King Charles III?
So I know that the King and Queen both really like meeting people, and one of the things we really want to do on the visit is to give them opportunities to meet normal Kenyans. So we're trying to do that as much as we can. Of course, because of security, that's a little bit difficult, but we will try to do that as much as possible so they get a sense of some of the variety and some of the energy that I've seen in Kenya and that I've enjoyed so much.
Okay.
You could ask them to come to the show.
This is a place that they can meet ordinary people
like us.
Yeah, are you ordinary people, really?
Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you all very much.
Your first interview on Kenyan radio, how did it go?
So far, so good.
Very
But I'll listen to see what the listeners say, and they can tell me.
Very good. Come for the second. And
I look forward to it.
Neil Wigan is the British High Commissioner to Kenya. He's been our guest this morning. We're talking about the planned visit by the Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla to Kenya next week, starting 31st of October and up to 3rd of November. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I am Dennis Aseto. The National Dialogue Committee charged with midwifing talks between President William Ruto and Azimio leader Raila Odinga entered the second day of a week-long retreat on the sticky issues. The committee, co-chaired by National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, will this week strike a deal believed will cure the country's electoral-related chaos. Kalonzo on Monday appealed for good faith during the negotiation period that should culminate into a final report of the committee. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua departed Kenya for Belgium on a 3-day official visit. A release sent to newsroom said that Gachagua will represent President William Ruto at the Global Gateway Forum hosted by the European Commission in Brussels. The forum aims to strengthen relations between the European Union and its partners, including Kenya, in key sectors such as digital innovation, green energy, transport, healthcare, and education. On the sidelines, DP Gachagua will hold talks with the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, on boosting bilateral ties between Kenya and the EU. As part of his efforts to seek a better market for Kenyan coffee, the DP will engage various actors. He will also meet with Kenyans living in Belgium in Brussels. Now, some UDA leaders have now opposed the electronic election of local leaders. UDA National Deputy Chair Seth Panyako recommends an analog system to avoid fraud.
Hatutakubali kura ya electronic. Kura ya simu hatutakubali. Tunataka watu wa mark makaratasi. Mtu ajue amepigia fulani kura na hiyo kura hesabiwe. No mle nyaku mwigare mtu ala hola kura she computer. Mnaletea viongozi wamefanywa huko Nairobi, wamechaguliwa Nairobi. Mnataka kura mpige kwa karatasi ama mnataka ya computer? Niona wala wanataka kura ya karatasi, ballot paper. Wala wanataka ballot paper. Wala wanataka ballot paper, nione ballot paper. Hiyo mambo ya kusema kura ya kompyuta, sisi watu wa Kakamega tumekataa.
It's also opposed the election to be held on December 9 this year, claiming that Secretary General Cleophas Malala does not have the authority to announce the date of the election in the party.
Nimesikia mmesema uchaguzi utafanyika tarehe 9. Mimi kama naibu wa mwenyekiti wa kitaifa nataka kutangaza hakuna uchaguzi utafanyika tarehe 9. Kwa sababu gani? Wewe huwezi kuniambia mimi nasimama kiti na mimi ndio natangaza tarehe ya uchaguzi, na mimi nasimama kiti na mimi ndio nachakua wale watasimamia uchaguzi, na mimi nasimamia kiti na mimi ndio nimesimamia utaratibu wa kupiga kura. Haiwezekani. It cannot work. Nani alisema hiyo? Kwani sisi kwa UDA tumekuwa watu wapumbavu kiasi hiyo? Shenzi sana. Shenzi.
The Njoroge Council of Elders has endorsed the impeachment of Meru Governor Kawira Bwangaza. The move signifies a deepening crisis in Meru County, where the governor faces her second impeachment motion within a year. A total of 57 out of 69 MCAs have shown their support for the impeachment, indicating a strong push against the embattled governor. Last year, the governor was impeached by the Assembly but was served by the Senate. Njoroge Secretary General Josephat Murangiri accused Bwangaza of operating as a lone ranger, hence the support for her impeachment. He said her actions have exacerbated the divisions within Meru County. Murangiri said the elders will not support anyone who has violated the unity of Meru people and their neighbors. He endorsed Kawira's Deputy Governor Isaac Mutuma to take over the leadership in case she loses her seat. Detectives in Nyeri County have launched a manhunt for a gang of robbers who broke into the home of Kennedy Angwenyi, the CEC for Education in Nyeri County, and his brother, who is a high school principal in Kerira village in Keroka. The robbers, believed to be over 10, armed with guns, machetes and knives, held the family hostage for 5 hours and made away with an unknown amount of money. The distraught relatives camped at their home for the better part of the morning, still trying to come to terms with the untold horrors visited upon the family. The robbers assaulted some members of the family and tortured others between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. Monday morning, drawing the anger of residents who are demanding answers as to why it took the police long to respond, despite the police station being just a kilometer away. The area chief has vowed swift action and assured the family that the culprits will be brought to book. And Kenya Power has announced that there will be power interruptions in 7 counties today. In a statement, the power company said the interruptions will happen at diverse times of the day in different counties. The counties are Nairobi, Nakuru, Nyandarua, Kisii, Uasin Gishu, Homa Bay, and Mombasa. In Nairobi areas, including part of Waiyaki Way, Delta offices, Suits, Total near ABC Place, White House East, ABC Place, Manyani, part of James Gishuru will be affected. This is News to I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Not too difficult of a morning with traffic this Tuesday. A little bit of it still on the Thika Superhighway as you come towards Pangani at the underpass. And this whole area, Limuru Road, Muthaiga, coming in from Village Market, Kitisuru, this whole business here, just a little bit left of that. And there's movement on Gong Road, so this is good. We're not at a bumper-to-bumper situation, at least not anymore. But it's coming from Naivasha Road towards the junction there. It's a standstill. Just for a little bit, though, and they should open up later. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. Uhuru Highway, though, is busy coming in and out of the city from the Nyayo Stadium roundabout out to the CBD and then through to Westlands. We'll keep an eye on that. See, we'll be out of traffic hour in a short while. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It is
This
7
is
minutes
the
after 9, on to the final hour of the Situation Room today. And also just getting closer and closer to watching the second episode of Zari on Maisha Magic Plus tonight, 8:30 p.m.
It premiered yesterday, and so what you need to do is turn that, or rather switch on to DSTV channel 163 or GoTV channel 3 to enjoy this scintillating drama where, in the ways of certain man, 2 women are caught in the crosshairs by his own doing. and he's managed to get one of them pregnant and has decided to go to the other one to seek funds to assist this other one in hospital. I know you want to watch it. And so all you need to do to find out the drama that unfolds day after day, every day this week from Monday, which was yesterday, until Friday, to find out exactly what happens, you can also download the My DSTV or the My Go TV app on *423# and then watch whenever you want and find out how the drama unfolds. It's Zari.
Very good indeed. So let's have a planning conversation. We planned to have this conversation today.
Mhm.
So let's have it.
Let's implement the plan.
Let's implement the plan.
Okay.
Bas. And we are joined by two planners in the studio. Patrick Silili Adolwa has been here before. He's a planner and urban specialist. He's here alongside Odongo Tom, who is also a planner. Principal partner, Impact Consultants Limited. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
Karibuni tena to Kenya's biggest conversation. How long has it been since the last time you were here?
Karibu mwaka mzima. I think is it? It's almost.
Was it before elections or after election?
Okay, well, no, it's after election.
And it's just the other day.
Time flies.
Yeah, we measure with elections.
Yes.
If it's within this election cycle, we're fine.
We are good.
We're doing good.
If there's no election, Christmas.
Yeah.
Was it before or
Was
after
it
Christmas?
Christmas or after Christmas?
I like the way you guys measure time. Seasons.
Yes. It's a Kenyan way of doing it. Now, to welcome you to the conversation, CT has the day's proverb from the very many islands of Zanzibar.
Yes. Heri kujikwaa kidole kuliko ulimi.
Heri kujikwaa kidole kuliko ulimi. Let's start with you, Patrick. What's a translation of that, not interpretation? Translate that to English.
Translate into English.
Start with heri.
Kujikwaa kidole kuliko ulimi.
Yes.
See?
Quite something. I
can't think of
I
it.
can figure it out. Well, don't trade in places that are.
Just do a direct translation. Direct translation.
Then you can go into the meaning.
Kujikwaa kidole kuliko ulimi. Direct translation.
You'd rather injure your finger than bite your tongue.
Finger.
Huyu hata amejiuma.
Tayari.
Hata ameongeza kujiuma hapo ndani.
I'm with you.
He didn't ask me to be idiomatic about it.
Bwana amechukua methali akaenda akajiuma kidole.
You're very okay.
He gave me the freedom to do so.
You're very okay. Don't even worry about it.
Yes.
Tom, just give it a try as well.
What do I think? Olimi is a powerful pronouncement, and the finger seemed to me like the other one seemed to me like a mental power, and the other one looks to me like a physical power. And I would think that the mental power is that which drives our journey in life, and the physical is the manifestation of that mental power.
What?
Yeah, I'm always fascinated.
He always says any interpretation is good to go.
Yeah, it is. It is. And we always learn, and that's why we ask our guests to interpret it, because you cannot guess what someone is going to take from the proverb.
Okay.
Yes. Like this one.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, you've done it.
You know he's spiritual, so you tend to go that way. Very,
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly. But then, Patrick, you actually did not give us your interpretation. You just hazarded an translation.
I think that the tongue is powerful. You need to use it judiciously, and
the conversation we are about to have is one such conversation where we really need to be to balance things out. And I think it's a very important conversation because it touches on the evolution of the state of Kenya. And sometimes people don't take it that easily. People don't take it that seriously. And we just need to balance things so that we don't get into murky waters, if you wish.
Interesting.
Very dicey conversation.
Very good.
Yeah.
Last time you were here, we were asking about planning and urban planning. And we were even asking, do we have plans in this country? And he told us, yes, there have been plans in existence since before independence. Some of those plans have actually even been updated. And then we have people who sit in certain offices and their job is to, number one, implement those plans and ensure that there is adherence to the set plans. Then we talked about particularly the urban areas and how, for example, Nairobi has evolved and how many planners we had. And then we saw the towns becoming bigger towns and becoming cities. And we're getting more and more cities. Eldoret is going to be a city soon. And others should be becoming cities soon. In a few years' time, many of these places that we first called villages and small towns will be cities and will be large urban dwellings. The question that is on everybody's mind looking at the example of Nairobi is Kenya ready, for example, for Isiolo being a giant city? Is Kenya ready for all these other small towns being big cities? And that's it. And that's where now the planners come in. Yeah.
And if we're talking about big cities and we look at Nairobi and the manner in which it's managed, if we use that now as the example that will be followed by other emerging cities, then we have a disaster in the making. Because the monolith that we have as Nairobi, as it currently stands, if I'm to go by the conversation we started and touched on your last here, the way it is currently constituted is not the best way it should be in order to be managed effectively.
Exactly. Well, I'm glad that you're back at this subject because the question about and around the city of Nairobi is a monumental question. And many people want to address it just as sketchily as they can, and they think it's one big political issue. It's not. And the framers of the Constitution found it necessary to make Nairobi and Mombasa counties. And there was good reason for Nairobi and Mombasa to be made counties. But they qualified to be counties because they were already distinct administrative units. They were provinces. But they are also cities in their own right. And as cities, they had suffered from lack of direction, lack of priority. And the Ministry then of Local Government did not give cities the priorities that they deserved. And I think that the advent of devolution actually attempted to ensure that these two cities, counties, get the proper finances that they needed to have, because they also contributed a significant amount of revenues to the national economy. And those of us who worked in the urban sector were always appalled at the lack of recognition of the role of cities in the national economy. And I think that the mere fact that these cities were elevated to county status was the best thing that ever happened. But that was just the first step. Now, going forward, has anything come out of it? And I think that's a very pertinent question. Now that we have two city counties, how have we managed them? And that is the question. How do we manage these cities beyond the office of the governor? It's a pertinent question we need to ask ourselves. Yeah.
There have been, I remember when the governor of Nairobi County spoke about divvying up the city rather into, administrative boroughs,
Yes.
whereby you would then be able to have administration of certain things done,
Yes.
as the city would be split up,
Yes,
essentially,
yes.
for better management and for
Yeah,
things like
yeah.
that, in terms of also hierarchy of when things were supposed to be done.
Yeah.
How could that, and he seems to be still intent on having that done. I don't know when or how this will play out, but would it seem as though it would be something that could actually help? We've seen this in other countries. We see it whereby cities have been split so that each borough then has its administration, and then you go through like that. With the way things currently sit, and let's take Nairobi as an example,
Yeah.
because there's so many things that just seem to be up in the air. There's water. Oh, look at
There
other-
you go.
I mean, infrastructure when it comes to collection of garbage and disposal of the same, when it comes to then erection of equipment, when it comes to sewage, when it comes
Yeah.
to lighting. I mean, we could go on for days. Does that make sense then to divvy up the city into boroughs so that the administration of and the erection of certain infrastructure then is easier?
It does. In fact, it is 10 years overdue. Those who inherited the city counties, both Mombasa and Nairobi, 10 years ago, failed to undertake the necessary steps to make those cities functional. They missed the opportunity. They did not understand why those cities were made city counties. And they continued in the old mold as if they did not have the instruments. And in fact, the excuse that there are no apparatus for devolving those cities further is just but an excuse. Because there is legislation between the County Government Act and the Urban Areas and Cities Act. You do not need anything more to go to the next steps that you're talking about. And let me tell you, if you're the governor of Nairobi, you're in trouble because you have the most complex county in Kenya. You have almost 5 million people on your hands. You have a very complex system. You have the biggest economy of any county. But you're still sitting out at the town hall in the CBD. You have no clue what the dynamics are. But you can make a choice to use the law to make sure that this system is manageable. Okay? You can use the County Government Act and go into the sub-counties, but you also can use the Urban Areas and Cities Act, which tells you you're at liberty to create municipalities. Surely, on the basis of the population thresholds that you have. Let me tell you, any one of the sub-counties of Nairobi is bigger than many counties.
Yes.
So, the governor of the city of Nairobi is actually managing
Several
6 counties. He's managing 6 counties. Why would I want the pain of having to run 6 counties in a small area like this? I mean, I would disperse it. I would make sure that there are instruments for making sure that these are managed so that I can have my sleep at the same time.
Patrick, when you say manage, what do you mean?
Now, manage is so many things. Is to run all those services that she's talking about, to make sure that roads, are properly built and the traffic is properly managed, that water is reticulated, that street lights are working and all that. Now, if you have to do that for nearly 5 million people sitting in 17 sub-counties, you're in trouble because each one of those sub-counties is actually a big county by itself. And there's no human, notwithstanding what capacities they have at a personal level, that can hack this if they do not decentralize systems. That's my point, really.
Tom.
Yeah.
So the legal framework is there to do those things that Patrick is talking about. Is there a political framework to actually allow for this decentralization?
To start with, I think, let me just put a context to this. Article 174 is very, very clear that powers of central governance has been given to the people. So it's not a question of governor decides to give them or no access to that or not. The second one is that the same article is also talking about decentralization of provision of services. We are talking about provision of services to proximate and easily accessible. So we must measure successful devolution in terms of how provision of services are proximate and easily accessible. The second one is also decentralizing functions and responsibilities to the lowest level possible. Why has this not happened? UACA, the County Government Act and Urban Areas and Cities Act provided framework. The framework is there. But I think this starts from where did devolution start? Devolution started with assault on the imperial presidency. And something that we missed out is that if you are able to dismantle the imperial presidency, could you end up with another hegemonic governance at a lower level?
Yeah, 47 warlords.
Yes. and unfortunately, that is where we are. Because you would find that at the county government level, they do not seem to accept devolution below county. Deepening devolution is not something that is prioritized. And then the second part of it also is that in devolution, we have also created what we call multi-level planning, development planning. It's not just the county government that invest, make sure that cities are run properly or that infrastructure develop, also the national government. And again, the same Article 174 also talks about national government having to decentralize state organs, their functions and services to the lowest level. Could be regional, could be urban areas and cities. Have this all happened? What we find is that these have not all happened. And simply because number one is I think that, and this I would differentiate between the presidency and governance. The presidency, upon being elected, its powers that are given to that particular office seem to percolate to certain institutions. And those institutions are able to exercise that power. Unfortunately for the powers of the governors, don't seem to be having...
They don't move.
they don't seem
powers
to...
don't percolate.
They don't percolate.
They don't percolate.
They don't percolate. And that means that by virtue of being a close friend of a governor, I can actually exercise raw power. Yeah, and then the question is that then how are we supposed to change this? Changing this would have been creating a very, very strong public service system. And if you look at one of the missing link in counties, is that counties don't have what we call public service.
What do you mean?
What I mean is
absolutely counties have a governor,
a civil service. That in terms of qualitative terms and quantitative terms is fit for purpose is not there in counties. And that's still lagging very behind a lot, seriously. And this is the critical one, really, that would make counties be able to deliver services, be able to plan, execute plans, and all that is required to be done.
How did we miss this? Because before 2013, did we have a public service working at the local authorities? Fit for purpose and all those other words you've used.
At local government?
Yes.
They existed one,
they existed.
but it was weak. It was weak because national government then did not promote a strong civil service in the counties. So there was always a lame duck civil service in the municipalities and in the county councils. Okay? But still, the technical services were operated not very effectively, but the conditions and situation is worse, much worse now, because the counties have not promoted the establishment of a strong civil service. In fact, the civil service, this is the weakest point in the county government system. And let me explain this. If you look at the executive in the counties, if you look at the county assembly, it is fully established. All the organs are working, all the committees are working, all the positions are filled, the resources are allocated. If you look at the executive, the CECs are there, the committees are there, the governor is in place, all the resources are allocated. If you look at the county public service, then you are staring at a monumental problem. It is completely underdeveloped. In fact, the only aspect of the county government service, the public service that is operationalized, is that which serves the political elites. It is the finance, okay? It is the audit, okay?
Procurement.
It is procurement. But you're talking about engineering, you're talking about agriculture, you're talking
Planning.
about forestry, you're talking about planning.
Health is
Do your
working
audits
one.
if you like.
Health has actually.
Health is the only. Health is the only. Yes, you can speak for health.
Yes, yeah.
But you can imagine what rumblings are going on in the health sector in the
Not
country.
for lack of public service.
Absolutely not.
It's for other things.
But yes, if we are very objective, let us give an audit to the county public service. Then we will begin to put a finger on what actually ails the devolution.
Operation.
Okay.
What is the issue? Was it that transition? So because previously when we had one government with local authorities, the central government was not really supporting proper local authorities with staff. And so at the point of transition into counties, there was really nothing to absorb or to inherit. Is that part of the problem? Because we have a structure, we have a body called the County Public Service Board, which is like the Public Service Commission at national level, that is supposed to be working on creating a public service that works at county level.
What tradition does it have? Who is there? What systems do they have?
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that the issue?
It's a big problem.
But I think also after the Constitution 2010, there was to be realignment of institutions.
Yes.
And at the beginning, there was something which was called CAPS. CAPS was a way in which the two levels of government were to share resources that includes even the human resources. And the national government was the implementer, because according to the Constitution, capacity building is national government function.
Yeah.
Along the way, the national government abandoned the CAP process and then ask county governments that you have to build your own capacities. And I think that is when now things went wrong, because with the exception of health, which they were able to move staff in mass to the county government, the rest of the areas, unbundling of functions, sharing of responsibilities and resources never saw the light of the day. And that means that counties was effectively we dismembered the local government system that was there and begin to reconstruct a new system of public service at the local level. And that has remained underdeveloped until today.
But and yet
the other thing also the other thing that is also has been a question is remember when we were discussing this constitution, the issue was, do we have a unitary public service system so that we have the Public Service Commission as to be the agent that recruit all
both levels
for both levels. And the argument came that if we do that, then allegiance the allegiance would be to the national government.
Yeah.
And so this was abandoned, and we created what now we call public service boards. And I think that is probably where we go wrong. We went wrong a little bit, because it's not so much about how we fragment these institutions that should be able to correct this, because these are actually at the whims of the governors, so to speak, because we have got hegemonic government. This hegemonic governance also swallows the public service boards in it, because the influence of the governors is very, very strong. And then the question also is that who is going to develop this administrative and management structure of the county government? Because the only thing that governor is supposed to do is to come up with a portfolio structure. And once he has done the portfolio structure, the management structure is supposed to be developed by the staff that he will have brought on board. And the assumption is that they understand devolution, they understand the roles and responsibilities of the county so well that they would be able to evolve that structure and be able to populate that structure with quality staff. That has not happened.
But again, you made the point that there was a bit of a lapse. There was a bit of a crisis in the unbundlement of functions and the sharing of staff.
Yes.
I mean, Kenya as a country did not lack the professional staff that was required to be shared between the two levels. And because the county was the last mile service delivery outpost, they were supposed to be the mkono, watu wa mkono. Yeah? So Schedule 4 devolves the last mile functions to the county. And all these people working in national government who are suited for last mile applications and functions are supposed to go with devolution. And a lot of people say we're not going to the county. It was not supposed to be discretionary. It was supposed to be the constitutional edict.
Exactly. Yes.
It was not for anybody to say, I'm national government, I'm not going to seek
Sio
space.
tafadhali.
Sio tafadhali. Yes. And people refused to go. I mean, technical people refused to go. People in medicine were reluctant. To this day, they are still saying they need their own commission. Yeah. So there was a crisis there, and there is a way in which that needs to be revisited, because we still have a lot of people hanging in national government who have no business in national government. They need to devolve and go and work in the counties. And it's not a demotion, it's just working at a different level.
What you're supposed to be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. 26 minutes to 10. This conversation continues, devolving devolution, and that's what we call our topic today. We are hosting Patrick Adolwa and Tom Odongo. Both are experts on planning and urban development. They're here this morning talking about this. Let's take this break. We'll be back shortly after we take a look at the weather and traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Wadau mko ready kuona magic? Nasema wadau mko ready kuona magic? Haya basi, msiblink juu sasa tumefungulia magic na Maisha Magic Plus. Watch all the best local entertainment kama Njoroge, Uba, Salem na the all new shows Kasiri and Zari. Tumefungulia magic. Maisha Magic Plus is now on DSTV Access channel 163 and GoTV Plus channel 3. Karibu boma ya local.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel
It's overcast in Nairobi, 18 degrees, highs of 27 and lows of 16, and sunny at 18 in Nakuru, going to highs of 25 and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 15 in a sunny Nyeri at 18, highs of 26 and highs of 25. In a sunny Eldoret at 15, coming down to lows of 14. It's sunny at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25 in Mombasa, and sunny at 28 with highs of 32 and lows of 25 in Malindi. Sunny at 23 in Kisumu with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Kakamega at 21. 21 and sunny in Kampala with highs of 30 and lows of 19. And Dar es Salaam will see highs of 30 and lows of 25, where it's mostly cloudy at 27. 19 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 30 and lows of 12. And partly cloudy in Lagos with highs of 31 and lows of 26. 25 in Kinshasa with highs of 31 as well. It's still hazy in Beijing, and we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 8. Cloudy at 12 in Paris, and heavy rain continues in London at 10. 10 degrees and clear in New York still Monday night. Coming into Tuesday, highs of 18 and lows of 10. Traffic hour in no time from now. Still busy in the CBD and the dregs of it coming off a thicker superhighway. Apart from that, nothing much to worry about. I think you get through it. Gong Road is moving along in both directions, in and outbound, slowly into the CBD. Jogo Road also, the little bit that's left of it, right around the Makadara train station, heading out towards Landis. And we're still seeing some movement coming off Kangunda Road, but that shouldn't be anything to worry about, not as we get into the end of traffic hour. Through the morning, talk to us. SpiceFM, KE on X.
SpiceFM. Nyeri. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
With Tom Odongo and Patrick Adoloa, we are talking about planning and devolving devolution, as we called it. So you've raised that issue, weakness at public service levels, the penchant by elected governors to hold on to power, and clinging on to power then means that they're also not even thinking about allowing the creation of these other units that can help better deliver service to the population, despite there being laws that can help them do this, creating towns, creating municipalities, creating all these things. But I wonder why. You ask yourself, why would I campaign so much to be a governor of Nairobi and then I have to deal with those very minute things instead of just creating these units that would work better for me and I'll get the glory? So why would the governors hold on to this?
It's a good question, and it has to be asked as many times as is necessary for people to begin to audit why we have devolution in the first place. And who is the sovereign in the devolved state? Okay, and it's a very important question, because it would seem that the devolved units are about governors and not about people and not about services. And to that extent, then we begin to ask, was it necessary for us to devolve if the services are not provided and if people are not considered to be the sovereign, and if there is nothing that happens beyond the office of the governor? And that is why people invariably still crowd county offices needlessly. There is no reason why people should go out to the county office. The people need their service down in their locality. That was the purpose and object of devolution. It has not happened, unfortunately.
But why? We have ward administrators. That's a structure.
The term administrator is, in fact, to me, the problem. I mean, this is not about public administration. This is supposed to be the administration of technical services. This is about people sitting in a local municipality in Langata and making decisions about how to clean their streets, how to make sure that water is supplied, the local medical facility works, the playgrounds are properly taken care of, the cemetery is not stinking without a wall around it. Those are the things that are supposed to happen. So the local area is supposed to be the hub. It's supposed to be where things happen. That is where the buzz thing is going on.
Minus the governor.
Minus the governor. And the administrator is a distant, operative that has nothing to do with local people. He represents the center.
Yeah, it is still central control, because what you find is that what decentralization does is that the governor spreads his tentacles into sub-county level. And this is basically to a sub-control. It's not necessarily taking power to the citizens, decentralizing functions and services to that level. Because if that was the case, then there would be a management structure which is parallel to this administrative structure that take decision making to the level, to the sub-county level, including service delivery. Because power of self-governance has been given to the people. It's not at the discretion of the governor to take that power, decenter that power to that level. Is actually a constitutional obligation. Secondly, when it comes to, remember we are talking urban, Article 184, I think that if it was discretion on governors to decide this, then Article 184 would have indicated that governors shall decide how cities would be run. But it indicated that Parliament shall enact a law that then would spell out how urban areas, cities and urban areas shall be run. And Parliament has done so. I think it is no longer discretionary. It must be done the way it is provided for in law. And why is this significant? And I think that we need to make this understood. Kenya has identified urbanization is a critical transformative force that we would like to leverage so that we are able to transform our economy and also to give access to quality, good standard of living for majority of Kenyans. So therefore, the issue of how we run cities is not necessarily an issue that has to be decided by governors exclusively. And that is why there is a provision, a constitutional provision on how it should be done. How is it being done currently? I think there is resistance to any form of devolution that is below county. And these two things are happening. One is that I know there is a lot of political interest in urban areas and cities. They are the main source of revenue for most counties.
Yes.
And when now Urban Areas and Cities Act tells them that you are supposed to decentralize management of these urban areas, including fiscal decentralization, that they must also be independent in terms of fiscal arrangements, then there is resistance to it. And the resistance is that is about controlling the budget. To me, it's about
it's the money issue.
It's the money issue.
And money
is the money issue.
Money is equals power.
Yet if these are done successfully, the credit still goes to the governor.
You know, let me see if I get it right. Yes. With the example that you gave, Patrick, on Langata residents having this decision-making power to determine what happens around them. Let's take Kiambu County. And just look at the urban areas in Kiambu County. Start with Thika, Ruiru, Juja, Kiambu itself. We go to Kikuyu, Thogoto, Kabete, Ruaka, Banana, Ndegwa. Ndegwa is there.
Yes.
I'm glad you pick on those.
All these two areas basically should have like some sort of.
They should be
yes, but if you didn't do that, what would you do?
Administration.
If you didn't do that, what capacity, Eric, would you have as a governor to run Ruiru, which has the population of a city, Thika, which has the population of a city, Juja, which has a population of a city, Kiambu town itself. What would you humanly be able to do?
So are we saying that those things? So sorry. Are we saying that? So these administrations don't exist, right? Are we saying then that if you're looking at it from a centralized role where Nairobi is supposed to be handling that, just as an example, okay, Kiambu is supposed to be handling that, are we saying that then the administrations for, infrastructure, setting up some of these things, then are essentially not happening?
Absolutely. For example, in Kiambu, and I'm glad that you pick out Kiambu as a good case. In fact, that's a PhD in the offing for many people. The planning services for the whole of Kiambu County are run at the county headquarters. Can you do the town planning of 4 cities in Kiambu County from the seat of the county executive in charge of urban planning? That's disaster in the making. That's why there's nothing that is going to happen on the ground. There will be development that is not properly managed. There will be no planning. There will be no delivery of services because the county has refused to allow the law to take devolution to another level. And those entities that are called Juja, Kiambu, Ruiru, Thika, are recognized in law. The Urban Areas and Cities Act. It's not the discretion of of the governor of any county to create municipalities.
Okay. I often find that a lot of times it's easy for us to look at the things that are not happening and say, okay, this is a mess. So can you paint a picture for us? If the different areas were actually functioning according to law, and when we say devolution has gone down to micro level, what should we see? What should actually be happening for us to say, yes, this is actually a function of devolution. It is happening properly. What would we see played out that we can say, okay, it's working, on to the next?
Well, I mean, are you asking me what systems should be underway? What plans and policies should be underway?
Well, Patrick, we can look at it today and we say this is not working, because if we want to look at Kiambu headquarters, is where things should be happening. But if you look down at the level of Thogoto, you look at Ruaka, Thedegwa, these things are not happening. How do you know they're not happening?
But we know.
What would tell you now that they are happening?
How would that success
How would it look
picture
like?
look
How
like?
would success look like?
Yes.
I mean, it's a difficult question you put to me, because I don't want to have to say this. I'm a Kenyan.
Okay.
And I don't want to have to say that we are in a state of collapse when we are talking about urban systems.
Why wouldn't you want to say it if that is the case?
Well, I mean, and I am going to say it now that you're pressing me to say it, that the urban sector is in a state of dysfunction. And it is because we are reluctant to allow them to set up as proper establishments in law that run municipal systems. We are unable and unwilling to create the civil service in those places that is required for the delivery of technical services, for instance.
Patrick, let me
and
ask
we
it
would
like-
rather run the services from the center.
Okay, now let me ask it like this, please, because I really want to understand. Because I know in my head what it would look like if you had this particular municipality was actually working properly. What does that mean when you say erect a civil service? What does that mean, and how then would that play out? That you then at that level have what? Your engineers, you have other members of the civil service doing what? What would I know that when I drove or walked into Thogoto, for example, I know that this is functioning? What would I see? How would I know that this is actually working?
Okay, let me attempt, and then Pat, you can help me. So here is the ideal situation. That you go to Thogoto and there is a proper town hall called Thogoto Town Hall.
Okay.
There is a mayor in Thogoto Town Hall. There is a board at Thogoto Town Hall dealing with various committees, from finance to water to education to health to environment in Thogoto, because Thogoto has a population of 400,000 people, for example. So it's a concentration of human beings and businesses and activities in space that require close management.
Right.
And that Thogoto has representation in that board of local people that are participating in decision making and so on and so forth. There is a political leader in Thogoto who takes responsibility for failure of systems. If services are not provided, there's someone to get hold of and task with the responsibility or charge for the lack of services and so on and so forth. That entity, that system, there is a civil service in Thogoto that is composed of engineers, planners, architects, teachers, doctors, rat catchers,
cleaners,
garbage collectors, drainage management, whatever it is.
Rat catchers.
That system is not in place.
That's true.
Patrick, I wanted to barge into that. I think first I want to correct one impression. They are municipalities. Even if you go to Kiambu,
Kiambu is a municipality.
They have got about 6 municipalities on record. They have got 6 municipalities
On record.
On record.
On record.
but the key thing that was required is that they should be fiscal decentralization. That they have got independent financial arrangement, independent institutional arrangement. We have developed institutions there to a level that they can be able to provide services that they're supposed to provide, and the service delivery outcomes shows us that these systems are actually working. Now, the part that is not, that the governors are not able to deal with,
are not able to, are unwilling to.
Are let's say unwilling to do to
Are
deal
not
with,
dealing with.
is the area of fiscal decentralization. Because fiscal and also the human capacity development. So what you find is that municipality exists, but uses staff
From
that
the
are
central.
from the center. The budget, they do not have their own budget, but they are operating as a department of a county government. But
Whereas
not
they should be acting as
it's a level of governance. Yes. So that is the scenario that you find.
So what we're saying is, for example, Thika should have a mayor.
No, a chairman of a board.
A chairman of a board.
Okay, a chairman of a board.
In our dispensation,
not a mayor.
there is no mayor.
There's no
But
mayor.
there's a chairman of a board.
Yes.
Chairman of a board.
Of a board.
And this chairman of a board should have some level of autonomy.
Absolutely. Exactly.
Using other structures on what is happening in Thika.
Yes.
With representatives from the various parts of Thika, Makongeri,
Exactly.
Wapi, here.
Exactly.
And where is the MCA?
The MCA now are on the side of the checks and balances. These are the oversight responsibility.
These people, these board representatives, heads of, are they volunteers? Do they do it for free?
No. They
are employees of.
And currently they don't exist, or do they exist?
They do exist.
They're there right now.
exist.
Okay, so all we're saying is take them from where they currently are
Yes.
and spread them around. We're not hiring new people because there's no.
No, what we are saying is
No. Okay.
I think we're talking about what is it that is not devolving, what functions, what is not functional in the devolved system
As is. Okay.
as is now. We are auditing. We are saying that in the old dispensation there used to be properly constituted municipalities, and they were semi-autonomous. They had their revenue functions. They had finance committees.
Yes.
They had a mayor. They had somebody who took responsibility for systems failure.
They actually ran their own affairs.
They ran their own affairs. They made decisions. And local people, much more importantly, participated in the decision making
at that level.
in their local area. Okay? Now, that is not as pronounced as it is now. Actually, Pat is short of saying this is a token system. It's tokenism. And we need to revisit it and ask, why is it that we cannot constitute municipalities the way envisaged in the Urban Areas and Cities Act?
Why is it incremental that you release this function today?
Yeah.
Gradually
10 years after devolution.
10 years after devolution, they have still not been given their functions.
The reason why, Tom, is because every time you release a function, you release money.
Of course.
And the example that they have is from the father, called the national government.
Yes.
Because the national government also, if you look at health, for instance, they have released functions to the counties, but the funding
remains at the center.
This is very helpful because essentially what you're saying today is that these things that are being suggested are not suggestions, they're actually in law.
Yes,
exactly.
Absolutely.
Devolution has by law has prescribed some of these things.
Yes.
A majority of
in
them.
multiple laws.
All right, and they are not happening.
And they're not happening.
So then the law is being.
No, the service that the Mwananchi
Isn't
is
it?
supposed to
So
receive
what-
the devolution.
So, I mean, if we're saying that these things should actually be set up according to law, the law is then not being followed. So then in that case, what essentially should happen?
Currently, what government is doing, together with the World Bank, is to introduce certain incentives in form of intergovernmental grants, and these grants are tied to making reforms in line with the laws that requires decentralization of urban governance. So we have what we call Kenya Urban Support Program, which is basically introducing certain funds. And the reason why you are seeing a rush towards creating municipalities, towns, and that sort is to access
get the money,
the fund. And I have a problem whether this. Remember, participating in this fund is not necessarily a commitment to the devolution cost.
It's to dip your hand.
Basically. And so we still need that commitment to implement devolution, especially at urban level, as was envisaged in the constitution, and fundamentally because one of the things that the constitution was doing is to unlock Kenya's economic potential. And cities, how we run cities is so key to how we unlock that economic potential. And it is not a matter that should be at the whims of a few
some political
figureheads. It is a matter of national interest. Yes.
Yeah, but the point is that if oversight is weak, oversight at the county level. You asked what is the role of the MCA. If oversight is weak and you also want to ask underqualified, are you oversighting a governor in a very complex system, and what's your capacity to do so? And therefore, can you ensure that the governor has all the municipalities that are qualified to be municipalities in keeping with the requirements of the law? And it's not discretionary. It is not because there is an incentive from the World Bank or any other person.
It's the law.
National government. It's the law.
Yes, yes.
And people require it so that they can have a robust local economy. And the municipalities are catalysts for this local economy to happen.
Seriously.
You know, gentlemen, I don't know why we didn't have this as a proper thematic area in the last devolution conference. And I think we should have it, you know, as a proper devolution conversation on what is actually happening on this.
Who decides on the theme of the conference? Is it not governors?
Yeah.
It's the people who you're asking to do what they're not doing.
But you see, they can see the sense. Okay, thank you very much for joining us both. Patrick and Patrick. Patrick Adolwa and Odongo Tom Patrick. Our guest this morning. Asanteni sana for joining us. No, this time come before Christmas so we can continue this conversation and pick it up some more.
Thank you for having us.
Asante sana. And thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. We're coming to the end, Senior. Yeah. It's 9:50. Yes. Thank you. See you again tomorrow. Have a lovely day. It's now 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The British envoy to Kenya, Neil Wigan, says that the visit of King Charles III, which is scheduled to take place next week, aims to strengthen the bilateral ties between Kenya and England in various sectors, including art. He told SpiceFM that through the visit, the diplomatic relations between the two countries will be improved.
And when I talk to younger Kenyans, they're interested in, can they study in the UK? Can they work in the UK? Can they get a job working for a British company? So they're very much focused on the future and what can we do together. And that's very much what we want to do and what we want to focus on. And I think the fact that the King is going to come and he is going to be talking about these issues. He's going to look at Kenyan fashion designers. He's going to see the successes that Kenya has. And I think that will symbolise how much the relationship has changed from when his mother became queen, when Kenya was still part of the British Empire, when his father came with Jomo Kenyatta to celebrate Kenya's independence.
King Charles III and the Queen of England are scheduled to visit Kenya from the 31st of October to the 3rd of November. During the visit, King Charles III and the Queen will visit various places in Nairobi, Mombasa and its environs. President William Ruto is set to embark on an official visit to Japan in the coming year, reciprocating a visit by Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida to Nairobi in May. The upcoming visit was confirmed during a meeting between President William Ruto and the Japanese ambassador to Kenya, Ken Okaniwa, at State House, Nairobi. Ambassador Okaniwa delivered a message from Prime Minister Kishida and briefed President Ruto on the forthcoming visit. President Ruto highlighted the strong historical ties and cooperation between Kenya and Japan, particularly praising Japan's support for various critical infrastructure projects in Kenya. Chief Justice Martha Koome has presented 2 bills to Parliament that seek to make changes in the penalties given to capital offenders. The bills, Penal Code Amendment Bill 2023 and Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023, seek to reduce the sentences of murderers, sex offenders and those facing life in prison to 30 years. Kenya's current law, which was drafted in the 1930s by its former colony Britain, states that a person can be sentenced to death if found guilty of murder, robbery with violence or treason. Okoh wants Parliament to approve a change to Section 112A of the Penal Code in subsection 4 that replaces the word manslaughter with the word second-degree murder. Section 4 of the Penal Code is known as the Principal Act. She also wants Section 203 repealed and replaced with new guidelines on the degrees of murder. Kiminini Member of Parliament Kakai Bissau has requested the government to allocate 10% of the annual budget to the agricultural sector in an effort to address food shortage in the country. Bissau has said that the national government and those of the counties that produce food in abundance should take into account the objectives of the National Agricultural Exhibitions, that is ASK, which is held every year in various areas to develop new methods of producing various crops.
Tukiwa kwa mambo ya ukulima, ningependa niambie hawa officials wa SK, mimi nitafanya kazi na nyinyi, na mimi nitahakikisha kwamba show zile za mbele nikiwa mbunge wenu tuzirudishe mahali zilikuwa wakati wa Mzee Moi. Show zilikuwa zinafana, na pia niombe serikali ya county. Trans Nzoia ndio gala la Kenya. Kama tuna wizara ya mambo ya ukulima, tungeomba katika budget yao kila mwaka waweze kuweka, watenge hela za kuweza kusaidia haya mambo ya ukulima hasa kupitia ASK.
The Member of Parliament has also said that he has asked the community to continue planting trees saplings without forgetting fruit ceilings.
Vile katika mpango wangu ninao mpango wa kupanda miti 1,000,000 kila mwaka. Tayari nimeanza, lakini tunapopanda hizo miti tunasema 30% ziwe ni miti za matunda, and that is in line with food security. Kwa hivyo mambo ya mazingira pia tutafanya kazi pamoja ili tuhakikishe kwamba we ensure that we protect our forest cover, and even as we cut trees we also replace them.
A police officer was arrested after he shot and seriously wounded a 15-year-old boy as he tried to quell a mob that was lynching a suspect in Ngong Town, Kajiado County. The officer was trying to stop a mob from lynching a suspect when his rifle discharged a bullet, hitting the boy in the abdomen. According to witnesses, a suspect has been chased and cornered by a mob that accused him of attempting murder. The suspect had been in a fight with another man in Madare area of the town, leaving him with 3 stab wounds. And former US President Barack Obama now says that even as they support Israel in the Gaza war, there should be clarity on how Israel is fighting the Hamas militants. In a statement, Obama said this should include ensuring that the strategies by the Israeli military abide by the international law. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. More of the classics and the hits you love. Neo Soul.
You don't really rock with me, you just want me to spend my change.
Neo Soul. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4 Spice FM.
Back to the music.